Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me and see my screen. That'll help. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Keith. All right, guys. Well, let's take a look at GNS. So GNS, of course, this was so active in the room yesterday. And this is what I did. I wish I could say I took full advantage of it, but I did not quite do that. So I remember saying, we haven't seen one of these really cheap ones, low flow cheap ones that have had a sort of an end of day run and then a and then a post market run. And I remember Shady saying, "Well, this could be the one." So anyway, ended up taking this one. I was closing the room down right around here, right around the 320 mark. Ended up taking this one at 181, 182 actually. And then all of a sudden, a little gulp in my throat. It got halted. If you were watching that when it got halted, I think it was at 195. It got halted just before the mark. I haven't seen a late halt like that for quite a while. Anyway, bottom line is it worked out okay. I was actually telling the guys at Trade Ideas that I got out of this trade around 210, so about from 183 to 210. And I said, if this takes out the pre-market about the highs again, I would maybe take some after hours. The problem is that didn't happen for me anyway till an hour afterwards. I was hoping it was going to happen almost right away, and it didn't. And then I wake up this morning and I look at this 442. Anyway, turned out okay for me. Probably a lot better for others. I would never have held this overnight, because you never know what could happen. But man, oh man, what a run! So this is it's not it's a Singaporean stock. So, but I think it's probably I'm looking at GOTU, which was kind of the call it the percentage leader certainly in these China education stocks that just ripped, and GoTo is right back up. I mean, the high when it hit its high was 423. So it's getting close also. So it's just another education stock like GNS. Okay, and I don't know. I mean, GNS might maybe completely bunch of fluff. I really don't know. But the bottom line is that traders want this right now. And when we look left to take a look what happens when we look left to see what sort of resistance there is. Yeah, so I mean the next level is 743. I am no way saying that that's what's going to happen. It's going to get to 743. But when you look at a weekly chart, you can just kind of see that is the next area. That's the next high on the weekly chart. So in theory, it still has some room to run. Elbiz is trying now. They're in Italy, right? Aren't they more in Italy? I keep reading about streaming devices, soccer, etc. in Italy. HLBZ. They're going to they're going to discontinue operations in non-profitable markets. That sounds like a good plan. So there's Helbiz, okay, HLBZ. But wow, this is really gotten crushed over. I do remember when this was up in the, well, not huge, but 240, 18-cent stock now. Oh, I see. The naked shorts must pay. How many shorts are there? Well, okay, they're talking naked shorts. Fine, all right. Well, so far, those naked shorts have had a big payday if they've been short from two down to here. All right, other stuff happening. Of course, Netflix, the big one, guys. Netflix, if you were watching Netflix at 4 o'clock yesterday when they released, um, so there was an initial huge pop up here to 345. So it was pretty choppy, and then it settled down. And at 337, it's kind of where it ended, 337, and it's basically holding its post market gains. So obviously Netflix, I mean, they had a huge. Um, what was it? I think they was it something like they added seven. I'm going to say round numbers, 7 million subscribers. They had forecast four, and the street thought four. So to come up with seven, that put a big charge into the stock after hours. Any suggestions? The only thing I can suggest, what time is it now? Yeah, 6 o'clock, or 9 o'clock Eastern, 6 Eastern or 6 Pacific. So people are there, so they'll look at your account. So what I would do is just go to, actually go to our homepage. So go to our homepage and start a live discussion, okay, with somebody. There are definitely lots of people there right now. So when you see the little balloon pop up, the questions and answers, okay, questions and answers, and ask and just say, listen, here's my email address. I just signed up last night. I can't log in. Can you help? Okay. And you should get more immediate action. Oops. All right, sorry about that, guys. Yeah, web-based programs are great unless you accidentally click on the tab and delete it. So you think you lost me there for about 30 seconds. That is in the main room. Okay, what else is happening, guys? SLRX, SLRX, SLRX. We had a down day yesterday. Oops, let me get the daily chart back up. Yeah, I had a bit of a, actually, I'm wrong. I'm sorry. There's another one I was thinking of. So a big day yesterday, and it got as high as 410, and now it's above that high right now, SLRX. See if there's any specific reason for this. Don't see any specific reason as I'm looking at headline news. I don't see. Okay, so they did announce a study. That was yesterday, okay? I guess they and the market reacted well to it. Nordstrom's, man, Nordstrom's getting clobbered this morning a bit. Some downgrades, some maintaining neutral status. JWN, JP Morgan has put a $13 price target. They've cut their target from 15 to 13, so 16.50 right now. DCPH, now this is the one I was thinking about. DCPH had a big down day yesterday. DCPH had a down day yesterday. It did actually do it did recover, but it was still down. That is down, a low as 1681. Anyway, they've announced the financing. I don't know if they actually announced it yesterday, but they've announced it today with the price, and it's an $18 price. So this is way above the financing price, 1979 for DCPH. So let's just see if it starts to fade back towards that financing price. Faro. Now this was low volume, FARO. Faro was low volume, or it is low volume. Let's see if it is. Yeah, it's still low volume, but boy, it's really, really getting hit here. And they're doing the financing also. Okay, so that is the reason. Sorry about that. I don't know if you heard that noise in the background. Faro is doing the financing. So that is the reason for it being slammed down 22%, FARO. Not very much volume yet, though. IonQ, IonQ, IONQ is still a little bit up there. It's pulled back from that 438, not too much. Plans to open a quantum computing manufacturing facility in the United States. There's your news for IonQ. And Ally, ALLY, earnings play. So Allies and earnings play, that's a nice big gap, guys. Look at this from here's your daily chart. So nice big gap up. The 200-day moving average, so it's still below the 200-day moving average. There is the, come on, green line. There you are. There's the 200-day moving average on the daily chart for Ally. That's far enough away though. GNS, guys, just absolutely exploded here. GNS just absolutely exploded. Put on about $1, just like that. Sorry about that, guys. A little emotion in the background here. Yeah, Shady, I definitely give you the kudos on this one. I don't know if you've been in the room since I opened, but yeah, I mean, I wish I had been able to take full advantage of this, but there's no way I would have been holding this overnight anyway. But it still did well from 185 to about it was 212. I got out, went through that halt at the end of the day. It was very interesting. Look at this DCPH, guys. The DCPH is really interesting. $18 financing, and it is shrugging off like nothing. So GNS, the float has turned over already 4 times. 10 million in the float, 10 and a half, 43 million have traded already. 269 million traded yesterday. We could break that, believe it or not. We could break that. I mean, 40 million have traded already. That's in the pre-market. All right, guys, we're going to do a quick look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from the analysts. See if it is a manageable list. It has not been sent to me yet. I'm just looking at my email. All right, I'm gonna have to forego it then if it's not here by now. What time is it now? 9:14. Usually it's here at 9:10 by email, but okay. So what I'm going to do now, though, is just take a look at the sectors. We're in for a mildly positive open, a new and then dock channel bar. and then show more. Then here are our major sectors. So these are the major sectors. So this is the energy sector, XLE, the major ETF for energy. These are the stocks that make up XLE. So when you see 90% green, that means is that 90% of the stocks that make up XLE are above yesterday's close. All right. So as I said, we're in for a positive open. You can see most of the major sectors are at least over 50%. Tech is at 82%, communications 88, sure helped hugely by Netflix. Healthcare, 64%. But anyway, so they're all at least 50% plus. Materials is kind of the weak one, about 50-50. Just take a look at the 200-day moving averages now. And some of them, take a look at communications, okay? Especially with the Netflix move today, which is probably a big weight in XLC. There we go. So there's the 200-day moving average. So as we saw for a couple of weeks, maybe 3 weeks, it was starting to inch closer. This was one of the more beaten up sectors, and then started to fade the last 3 days. But with Netflix and its release this after hours yesterday, this could pop the sector a bit. Retail now with Nordstrom's getting that downgrade. Yeah, so there's the 200-day moving average. Several weeks finally getting to it, maintaining a little bit above it. But then yesterday it closed down below the 200-day moving average. And it looks well, it's hard to say right now. It's not really moved. But with Nordstrom's downgrade, you never know what could happen. I don't know what's happening with Macy's and some of the other bigger retailers. And technology, let's take a look at technology, XLK. So here's another one that was approaching the 200-day moving average. Last couple of days fading below it. Right now, there's no real move in tech sector, XLK. And financials, XRT. This is of course, a key one. So yesterday, it broke down through the 200-day moving average, and we'll have to see what happens today. It's still it's very near, of course, the 200-day moving average. Again, another one that spent a lot of time getting to it, looking pretty good for a few days. And then yesterday, it broke down below it. Okay, let's see if there's anything popping in here. FWBI. Oh, wait a minute. Let me get up to the top here. I did see this APPH. I did see also, though, that it got up to 208 and it pulled all the way back down to 144. So APPH is exactly do they do? Okay. Healthy way to make food. Okay. Anyway, let's see what happens. See if there's any news on this one. So they received the NASDAQ notification regarding minimum bid price requirements. That was on the 18th. And I did see that BY also received a non-compliance letter from NASDAQ. Bed Bath & Beyond gets NASDAQ non-compliance letter for not filing a 10Q. Not affected the stock price or the listing. It's not affecting, no immediate effect on the listing or trading of the stock on NASDAQ. But anyway, that is your today's Bed Bath & Beyond news. Netflix, a little surge here, guys. NFLX, NFLX. Remember when Netflix was dead? The doom and gloom surrounding Netflix back here. This is another earnings release. It got all the way down to 170. I think this week was an earnings release, all the way down to 164, I think. That was it, remember? I mean, Netflix was over. Everybody was going to unsubscribe, and it's basically doubled from there. How was China doing? K-Web? Okay, K-Web's, mildly positive right now, guys. Boy, how steady has K-Web been? For quite a while now. I mean, you start back here on November the 30th, okay? That's the day it had to pop out of here, and then it, ran for a bit, and then based quite nicely for about a month. Another little pop, basing again. I mean, these China stocks have been really, really strong. I mean, compare that with what the SPY has done. Should mention another one here, guys, is COSM. Now, when I was looked at it the last time, it was down here around 320, and the percentage pop was not that great. It is chopping around in the pre-market. COSM. It'll look a little bit better on this daily chart to see. I don't know what happened here. I don't know if it's a symbol name change. When did it stop trading? Yeah, I don't really know what happened here. But at one point on that day, when it was trading at COSM, it got up to $23. And let's see if there's any specific news on this one. Cosmos Health. Yeah, I don't see any news for this one. Let's take a look at Bitcoin, BITO, Bitcoin ETF. So basically flat. I did see that Mara had a little pop this morning. Yeah, not much. One of the flyers yesterday and the day before, Tempo TMPO. Just check to see if they did a financing. I don't see a financing. Tempo TMPO. So Kern, are you in the room by any chance? You were in the room yesterday, I know, and we talked a little bit about Trade Zero. Oh, you are right, Captain K. That's right. Forgot about that. COSM was the reverse split fiasco, where they caught everybody unawares. They did the reverse split. Usually, when a company announces a reverse split, they do it at least a day before, but usually it's a couple of days before that they're going to do a reverse split. They give you the ratio, and they say that will be effective on a certain date. So that's right. These guys, they did the reverse split, but they basically hadn't announced it at all until the pre-market, and it caught so many brokers unawares. Hmm. Oh, guys, market's putting a little bit of a surge, so maybe we'll have an end to this. Was it two days? How many days? A losing streak for the SPY? 2 day losing streak for, excuse me, losing a streak for the SPY. Yeah, Blue Apron. Why is that that's just at the top here? Well, there's not that many that are up that much. I mean, other than the GNS. Usually I've got a list in the pre-market of, I don't know, usually about 20 names that are up at least 10%. You know, other than the GNS, there's only four others that are up over 10% in the pre-market. On the downside, we've got that Faro, F-A-R-O. I'd really be watching that one. It's not very much volume. And you don't know what after the pricing of the debt offering. Yeah, I get I mean, I'm not a financial analyst at all, so I get a little confused and trying to figure out what that actually means in terms of, when we see other financings and we see they're doing a financing at a certain price, it's pretty cut and dried. You know that price. I'm not sure how to interpret all this. If William were in the room, he could probably help. The Faro, F-A-R-O. How to interpret the price? I mean, it's more of a $60 million convertible, senior notes, etc. So it's been slammed down, but it's not, as you have pointed out many times, it's not like there's a specific price to be able to point at and say, there's where the financing is. Well, maybe there is, but I don't know how to interpret when it talks about convertible notes, etc. And that is the Faro. So this is the typical one, as William is pointing out. William is pointing out. So they do the 1 for 35 reverse split. They announce it, okay, to regain compliance, and effective January 23rd. So that'll happen on the 23rd. So that'll be next week. I think that's Monday. So on Monday, the reverse split will be in effect. Wayfair was popping a little bit here, guys. Wayfair, yeah, Wayfair up 8%. Not a big float either. 71 million in the float, not a huge float. So Wayfair is up 8%, cutting 10% of staff, raising hope for back half of 2023. Always tough, when you see companies share prices rising because they're getting rid of employees, but it's the way it works. Cutting costs. Okay, guys, it's 9:29. William has not told me, so I have to do it all by myself. The market's going to open in about half a minute, guys. Let's have a great trading day. Maybe we can find another GNS. And I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Got to let things settle down a little bit. Two, one, we are now open, guys. Now, what you're seeing here, and this is a terrible exit. This is one that I took. I was demonstrating how you can take a trade in the simulator. So that was the GNS. I had 500 shares. I actually exited this morning. Not a terrible exit, I guess, but I exited this morning at it was about 520, and the entry price was 160. I'm sorry, that would have been 420. Yeah, I got out, I think, around 420. Well, it says right there. Why am I guessing? It says exit 414. So anybody with Trade Zero, I'm just interested to know whether or not you can short GNS. Okay, anybody with Trade Zero who's in the room, if you can find out if you can short a GNS. Look at W, guys. Look at W on the move. No, I never checked that blue collar. I never, I don't have time to check filings, but what would that have told me? Seriously, I'm not even sure how to interpret that. I mean, it got up to 517. Does that mean if we see a company that has convertible debt at a certain price and it's way below, that it could be a magnet? I mean, I don't know enough about that. All right, guys, let's see what's happening. COSM, and we have, so I'm taking a look at my 10-day daily breakout. Too early for me to take any of these. But the 10-day daily breakout, SLRX showed up. Now, the issue with that is look what it did. There's the 200-day moving average, 440. It briefly got there, 444. So that 200-day moving average for the time being anyway, it certainly looks like it wants to stall it. Okay, Veza, thank you. So you can short. So from time to time, if you're going to be in the room for a bit, from time to time, I may actually, if you can hear, I'm going to ask if you can short various things that I cannot short at Interactive Brokers. There's a good possibility that I'm going to start a Trade Zero account, test it. And of course, the attraction is having access to shorts that IB doesn't. I'm sure I'll keep my IB account too, but we'll see. Hmm. And also the question I asked yesterday, yes, you can link with Trade Zero. I think Kern misinterpreted what I was talking about. I don't care about using it from within Brokerage Plus. I think that's what the people at Trade Zero were saying. Oh, I can't use it with Brokerage Plus. I don't care about that. I'm just talking about establishing, with our external linking tool, establishing a link with Trade Zero so that when I click on a symbol, it loads into the Trade Zero platform. That's all I care about. Look at this sell-off, guys. Wow, that's a gigantic red candle. Gigantic red candle. That wipes everything out. That's basically the SPY's just gone mildly negative now. Well, that'll do it. That'll do it. Harker repeats he favors raising rates slightly above. I don't like TradeStation. I got nothing against TradeStation, but TradeStation not available in Canada, number one. And I don't think they offer free commissions. And I don't have no idea what the availability, widespread availability of shorts are for TradeStation. But that's I'm looking at TradeZero because it's available in Canada, no commissions, and they seem to have a lot of shorts available. LYT guys, LYT just got halted. LYT just got halted. Wow, that was a gigantic candle. They do offer free commissions? Okay. It's a moot point anyway, because it's not available in Canada. For me, for me. I had TradeStation a long time ago, actually. It was available in Canada a long time ago. As long as you traded the E-minis, as I'm talking a long time ago. And then they, could be 12 years ago, 15 years ago. And then they stopped doing that. And they said, sorry, Canada, no more. Tour, guys, TOUR. Let's take a look at TOUR. Yeah, I mean, if it gets through all this, there's the next high is around 252. Boy, look at this red bar. What a This was an earnings play yesterday, guys. Fitbee was an earnings play yesterday. Didn't really see it. Hey guys, let's keep that other. Sorry, I should be monitoring this better. Remember, stocks, just excuse me, specific stocks only for specific stocks only. Okay, and then general market talk for all the other talk about brokers and raising rates and all that stuff, please. All right, guys. EH, one of the well, that was flying high yesterday for quite a while. Had a big run. Now it's basically at yesterday's low. EH. All right, so LYT. Take a look at where it could open. No real clue right now. 113, 113. There's no way it's going to open there. I shouldn't say that. I guess it could possibly, but there's the halt. There's the halt price for LYT at 114. It's really giving us not too many clues about where it could open. It was halted at 9:35 plus 49 seconds. So if it's a 15-minute halt, 5-minute halt, it'll open at 9:40 plus 49 seconds. So about a minute from now, if it is going to be a 5-minute halt. Meanwhile, Ally guys, Ally is on the move here. This is an earnings play. Okay, earnings play, released earnings pre-market. ALLY, lots of volume coming in. 22 times normal relative volume right now. Okay, now look at this big bottoming tail for the SPY, big bottoming tail. You know, the buyers are stepping in and trying to support it. A little divergence here, guys. We've got the Dow down a little, the NASDAQ up a little, so we had a little divergence between, again, the so-called revenue versus growth stocks. And LYT just opened, and where did it open? Actually, it opened right around the halt price. Keep an eye on it, guys. I mean, these are the types of things that can go crazy. Halted at 115, okay. VWAP is at 102, so it's trying to hold the VWAP. And now it's below. Yeah, so this did not explode out of the halt at all. Oh yeah, listen, Vezit, absolutely concentrate on trading. I mean, I'm not, here's another one, LYT. I mean, is it, if you can, is it available to short? Trade Zero, not available. Not that I want to short these necessarily, okay? This is going to be the attraction for me to move over, some anyway. If a lot of these ones that I've not been able to short at IB, if they're available at Trade Zero. So there's another one that's not available at IB. Usually it's the cheaper ones, of course. Ally, boy, Ally is just ripping off its earnings spike, guys. Has not had a real pullback yet. ALLY. Yeah, there goes GNS is right. So GNS is, you said it was shortable at Trade Zero. Through the VWAP also, 436 through the VWAP. Look at Nordstrom's, even with that downgrade by JP Morgan. Pop for Nordstrom's actually. It's still negative, but only by 19 cents. Lots of volume coming into JWN, Nordstrom's. This Grom from yesterday, guys, GROM, still kind of kicking around. The high yesterday was 193. Ooh, LYT. LYT, have you run away from me yet? No. This is interesting, guys. It's back up to that initial halt price. Okay, guys, so that LYT back up to that initial halt price. Sometimes that can mean something. It might be a delayed reaction. And BTB halted. Halted on the way down or the way up? Wow, look at this. Halted on the way up, guys. BTB, this was one that was absolutely crushed for 3 days in a row. Went from 11.75 all the way down to $1.86 in 3 days. Okay, guys, now I might be scalping this. I don't know. This is the LYT. Hmm. I'm in at 115, okay? Well, the only way I take a halt, something coming out of a halt, if it comes back to the original halt price relatively soon, and it kind of did. This is what I'm talking about. It got halted at 115, but it dropped, and then it came back up here, and that is where where I will sometimes. In this case, I did. Got into the 120s. We'll see. I almost pulled the plug on it. But it's risky, highly risky, okay? Highly, highly risky. I'm gonna give it a little bit more time. If it gets under 110, I'm probably out. News on OYT, I don't see any. They did an equity offering yesterday, 7.1 million equity offering yesterday. I'm sorry, that's Bit Brother. I'm sorry, no, not OYT. All right, guys, I'm just all right, guys, I've taken some off at 1:30 for the LYT, just to protect some profit here and see what happens now. Let's see, LYT. Interesting market action already, guys. We had that giant red candle, all the way down to 388. But then the buyers just stepped in and they closed it up here, still negative. Now let's see what happens with this next 15-minute candle. With a topping tail again, sellers knocked it down. The buyers are trying to close it higher, but this candle just has another 11 minutes or so to close. I should look left here to see where it could go on the weekly chart. Oh, that's right. No, I don't think I looked. I don't think I actually looked. So, ooh, it's hard to see. So the high was 136. So what? Next high is 145. So there looks like there's, pretty decent resistance between here and that 145, 150, 150 mark. Just a trade, just a trade. So if you're using RRs, I had a 110 at a 5 cent stop, and the first whatever I've done, the amount that I took off at 130, so that's like a 1 for 3 risk reward. Risking 5 cents, made 15 so far. COSM guys, COSM on the move. The next high looking left on the weekly chart is 515, so it's kind of close. Let's take a look at it on the daily chart for COSM. Now, obviously, I broke a little bit of a rule on the OIT. I did take a trade in the first 15, but that's, to me, that's a special situation. And of course, LYT won 3 races too. That helps. Yeah, this is a projected open now for BTB, 9:45. So this is going to be at least a 10-minute halt. And one of the scans I'm sharing, 9:45 is the plus 24 seconds is the halt for BTB. So this will be at least 9:55 now. Usually halts, you can see right there. Usually halts are 5 minutes long. You can see that one was LYT was a 5-minute halt. And if it's not a 5-minute halt, usually it's a multiple of 5. So the next one, of course, is 10. So we'll see if BTB opens at 9:55 plus 24 seconds, which is about 2 minutes from now. And this is the projected open, 274-ish. Again, this blue screen that you see here, a blue window you see here, that is from Interactive Brokers, okay? Time and sales, nothing to do with trade ideas. Your broker must have something similar. Hmm. Now we're getting a little more interesting with the LYT guys. Yeah, they're actually shortable. It's shortable at IB also. Thank you, Veza. For BTB, it's actually a couple 100,000 shares available. Does TradeZero have something like this that'll tell you exactly how many shares? Like, I love this little box from IB. This is, you can't see the symbol here, but it is BTB. Tells you how many shares. But what I like is that this is, I think it's basically real time. So you can see when at IB anyway, when people are snapping up shares to short, and then when they're covering, because you'll see that number change. I mean, it's not mandatory, it's, okay, guys, BTB just opened. BTB just opened. Now the next high looking left. Oh, look at LYT, guys. Really excellent now. Well, this has given us if you took this one, boy, this has turned out to be a great percentage move now, LYT. I've just taken more off at a 140, okay, the 140 mark. I was waiting to see if it would hold. 145 it got to, just a little bit over 140. 150 could be a real tough one to get through. The 50-cent levels for stocks under $5 can sometimes be as bad as the whole numbers. Here, guys, uranium play, CCJ breaking out here. CCJ breaking out. Look at that daily chart. Breaking free of all this now. Uranium play, big, probably the biggest one. Price target raised to $46 from 44 by Canaccord. Okay. Wonder if anybody else is piling into that. Canada's nuclear regulator extends their license. Okay, so I guess that obviously good news for them. Cameco, CAM, CCJ, the symbol. All right, guys. Wow, that's it for me. Did it get halted? That's it for me in the LYT. I thought I might get halted on the way down. Right at that 130 mark, so I'm totally out of it. So you got to 145, and as I was saying, that 150 mark can be as psychological as getting through a whole number. So far, that's what's happened. Wow, look at Cameco on the move here, guys. CCJ on the move. Whew, your schizo market back here. Look at that big, big red. Look at that bottoming tail. That opening 15-minute candle on the SPY. That was red all the way down here. And the buyers just took control and said, close it here. Sellers tried again, smaller bottoming tail. Now, this is also the buyers had it up here at one point. So, I mean, we've got a topping tail and a bottoming tail on this next 15-minute candle, which is due to close in about 15 seconds. Just give me one moment, please. All right, guys. Yeah, Megal's on the move. You're right. MEGL on the move is actually showing up on my 10-day daily breakout. The high over here was 350. And what did it get to today? 358. So that little high over here on January 6th seemed to have stopped it for a while anyway. I wonder if ME, oh, there are shares available at Interactive Brokers now, 64,000 for MEGL. Dada, guys, DADA on the move here. Dada on the move. Yeah, I just couldn't pay attention to this, but this started to drift down. DCPH started to drift down towards that financing price of $18. Okay. And then it's popped off that. I was wondering if it would start to, got up to 20 and then it really fell with the market. Except it did not have a big recovery in that 15-minute candle, not like the SPY did. But anyway, it almost got down to that financing price. But we're in bottoming tail, topping tail territory again. Look at that SPY. Topping tails, bottoming tails. AEHR, let's take a look at AEHR. Yeah, it's got some room. 3082 is the next high. But $1.60 away. 3079 actually is the next high. Looking left for AEHR. Popping on that news, I guess. Man, if this can hold, look at a firm, guys, AFRM. I mean, the next high looking left is way up here at 1457. And it's at 1313 right now. So, I mean, if it can hold 13, this is showing up on the race, of course. Not of course, but it's showing up on the race, AFRM, leading this race, the large cap gainers. It won a race earlier. You know, some might wait. Well, the VWAP is at 1279. That'd be a pretty big pullback. But it's all about looking left and seeing a nice potential void fill. Well, LYT was short but sweet. Cameco continues, CCJ continues its rocket ship move. You know, I just couldn't take this. It was too extended. There's not a lot of people TV. That's all. You know, you can start. You can be the first. Talking to somebody in a Discord room. I mean, it's not certainly not the main room. I keep it open just in case people want to flip in and out. But if you want to come into the main room, you're certainly more than welcome if you've been there before. I recognize you, don't I? Or have you just been in the Discord room? If you're looking for more interaction among traders, there's the trading room. Yeah, there's the link to get into the main room. Aha, I see what you're saying. So this is the IPO for today, CVKD. IPO at $5. So now, interesting. It's not loading. Wow, look at this market guide. Oh man, this looks so bleak on that big red candle, that opening red candle. Okay, and now look at a complete and utter turnaround. CVKD, sorry, is not loading into Brokerage Plus. Oh, now it is. But it's weird in the order entry. Let me see if I can, we're not getting any chart action on it. 1.4 million at $5. This is not an uplifting, or uplisting. This is a true IPO. Okay. So we're not getting any chart action on this one. How about others? Any of you with other charting programs? Are you getting something with CVKD? It's here. It's actually here. We do see it here. So in the single stock, I don't know why we're not getting any chart action. Let me load a new chart, just see what happens. Interesting. Yeah, so it's just for some reason our charts, our data provider, though it's strange because our provider has the information here. Don't know why it's not translating to the charts. Now look at DCPH, another schizo action here. Look at DCPH, almost right back up to that 20 low. Even LYT is looking maybe interesting again. So explain to me, Veza, I mean, I should know this, but when you talk about the boros, and I've never had the situation at IV really, if you get rid of it during the day, does it still, is that still a big charge, no matter, how long you hold it? So you do have to factor that in? So on Webull, yes, okay. No, if you just, no, just an intraday trade. Say I wanted to short LYT, okay, as an example. LYT not available at Interactive Brokers. So if I wanted to short LYT but I got rid of it, intraday at any point during the day. You still get dinged with those charges? Why is it interesting again? Well, because it had these two bottoming tails are here. So, the buyers are getting a little bit interested again. That's all. I thought it might utterly collapse and get down below $1 again, but it's not. I'm trying to read that, Veza. Yeah, I'm not sure I understand what you mean. Wow, look at LYT, not back in it, but those bottoming tails were a little bit of a clue, guys. So are you saying, I'm trying to, I don't want to hijack the room on this, but are you saying that, okay, for instance, BTB, okay, BTB at Interactive Brokers has 180,000 shares available to short. It says the rate is 34%, okay? So are you saying that if I wanted, I'm still not understanding. I'm still not understanding how that'll affect me. If I took 500 shares right now to short. I'm talking interest, yes. I should know this, but wow, look at LYT now, guys. LYT now above that 150 mark. Shoot. Oh, I see, William. Okay, I can do that math. The YT just got halted on the way up, guys. Yeah, so I wasn't talking about that. Trying to get some shares up front. I was not talking about that. I was just talking about the availability right now. If I see they're available, and then I see that fee rate, that has to be factored in. Now, I mean, most of the things I short, I mean, they must have such a ridiculously low fee rate that it's negligible then. Okay, guys, here's a gap up and reverse, page duty, PD, a gap up, and now it's starting to reverse through the 200-day moving average. 27.98 is a 200-day moving average, so it is below it now. And of course, next low, looking left, it's way down here at 26.05, so that's about $1.60 or so to the next low. And let's see what the market's doing. This is sort of moving on its own. Yeah, because when I short things at IB and then I just do a real ballpark, but my profit is about what I think it's supposed to be. I mean, these things become a moot point if something moves well for you. Of course, it's not that big a deal. COM guys, COMM, another one that's starting to move down here. COMM, next low looking left is 839, 809. Boy, if it gets out through 8. Okay, thank you, William. JWN, less than 17 now from Amir in our YouTube room. Well, it's not the VWAP. 1706 is the VWAP. It had some downgrades this morning. I think it might even have an upgrade though, but definitely JP Morgan downgraded it to $13. That certainly didn't affect it at the beginning of the day. But JWN, Nordstrom's at the VWAP, 1706. Okay, so key level, if it takes out, what I'm going to do is just stick an alert underneath 17 around 1695 and see if it takes out 1695. That might get me interested in a short on it. The low of the day is around 1641. So, no, wait a minute, 1639. So, I mean, that's not bad. Goodbye, Bed Bath and Beyond. Goodbye. After they got the NASDAQ warning, here's that news again, NASDAQ warning, warned by NASDAQ, not meeting listing requirements to provide a fourth quarter earnings report to regulators. Not sure I understand that because they did report on January 10th. So what is this really all about? Failure to file a quarterly earnings report. So did they not file it on the 10th? Today's the 20th. I thought they actually filed. So I wonder what this, William. Well, it does say the 10Q. I did see a 10Q reference. That's okay, William. I'm just, obviously, wow, look at LYT. I cannot believe that recovery on it. I really thought it was over, obviously. Otherwise, I'd be in it again. But I thought that was over. Would have got that back down to 112-ish. I wish I had had now the VWAP has risen because the VWAP I think was about 124. I should have stuck an alert there. Well, if you've got shorts available for GNS, this looks pretty juicy right now. I know it had a little recovery, got up to the VWAP, and then now back down below. If it takes out that 380 mark, that could be signal a big fall. Could signal a big fall. Yeah, W, the price target I think put on it, right? No, I'm wrong. I'm sorry. So they laid off a bunch of people, and that is the reason for this run, cutting costs, etc., at the expense of laying off employees. And I'm sure they might be doing other things, but that's the headline, laying off 10% of its workforce. I just can't chase it now. LYT, I cannot do it. 6 races it's won. All right, let's take a look at some of the other ones that are winning races right now, or leading races. Nothing huge here. INM. Okay, keep an eye on a firm. I mean, I don't like the fact that it had a big topping tail there. I like the fact that it had a big bottoming tail. So keep an eye on a firm now, AFRM. If it can just kind of settle down a little bit, it's above that VWAP. The VWAP now is rising, 1290. So it's above the VWAP still. And why would we care about it? Because if you look left, the next high is 1457. So there's a ton of room without encountering any sort of daily high. I think what I'll do is I'll stick an alert around 1317 and see if it gets there. And then I'll make up my mind. WW is worth watching. Trev, okay. Worth watching. Just one of those shortcuts. Wow, LYT. This is the one today. I'm just so surprised. Remember, I was saying, what is today's GNS? Well, this is it. I mean, I'm not saying it's going to rip after hours or rip into the close or anything like that, but man, and no news. No news that I can see anyway. So on the 16th, they received letters from that. Oh, that's way back. Okay, so they raised $3.3 million. Okay, so that was on the 16th. I'm sorry, that is November. What's wrong with me? So there's there's nothing about this one. Just one of those things, guys, where you know what? Traders look, and it's not, well, at least we have a short float of only 0.67%. So it's certainly not a high short float percent. Low float, of course, 5.3 million in the float. Well, it doesn't look like CVKD is doing anything anyway, so I'm not going to get too hung up about the fact we don't have charts for it. We have all the other information, but it's not exploding at all. Ooh, that's harsh, William. TTM, guys, TTM is worth watching. Haha. TTM. What is it doing? What's the next high looking left? It's 25.03, so that's too close. And 25.03 a couple of times. Yeah. I mean, if it gets to even then 25.32, so I just don't like the fact that there's a firm. Look at LYT halted at 192 now. The winner of 7 races. Well, where could this open? 197, 197. That's your mini projection right now for LYT. So if you're in this one, still looking decent. All right, guys, give me one moment. Boy, data has still been strong, guys. There's been really no pullback for DADA. This was a gap up and go. The first alert happened at 1407 at 9:52. And so it's at 1480 right now. Again, one of the scans I'm sharing, gap continuation or reversal scan. In fact, what time is it now? 10:30. So let's talk a little bit about what you'll find on my homepage. All right, so on my homepage, if you click on my link, this is what you're going to see. So that is not the promo code to use. The promo code to use is still New Year 25. I'm going to have to put that in. It is still valid when I checked this morning. I'm not telling anybody. It's not usual that, let me just do another check out of it. So if you want to take 25% off, yeah, it's still valid, guys. So take advantage of it. You know, I think it's just they've forgotten to remove it. So let me put the promo code in. Wow, LYT just exploded again. Okay, well, okay, so there is your, so we have two plans, or four plans: annual, monthly, premium standard, annual premium 2,000, annual standard 1,000, less the 15 to 25% using that happy year 25 promo. Monthly, you can go monthly, 118, 228, you'll get 25% off the first month only, okay? First month only. If you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. If you decide within 30 days of taking out a monthly subscription that you want an annual, we will honor the 25%, okay? Big difference is the AI, nothing really shaking today. We might start to get a lot more action over the next, I'd say, month or so when we have a lot of earnings. Okay, and that's when you'll start to see some companies with nice trends usually. So we'll have to see. All right, where are you? There we are. Okay. So if you do take out a subscription, the first thing you should do is to get started. Okay, there are 10 videos, about I don't know if they're 3 minutes each, but take you about 30 minutes to go through. Starts off with the download and install, first startup and login, etc. Okay, so that's the first thing you should do. Talk about this trading 101. Well, the trading 101, if you click on this, this is a great primer. If you're new to trading, we'll get some stupid ad here. Yeah. Okay. But this is Michael Noss put this together. Okay. Learn to Trade episode 1, orders, intro to charts, candlesticks, etc. Michael, you spelled candlesticks wrong. Okay. But this is what it's all about. Teaching his wife to trade. Okay. It's a great little series he put together. So if you're new to trading, it's all free. Daily stock of the day video. I wonder what I'm going to talk about. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. It is a free service also. Here's the big education section. The user guide, lots of information in the user guide. You don't have to know everything that's in the user guide. It's like any other software program. There's that getting started section again. At the very least, you should know what an alert window is, what a top list window is, and about stock racing. After that, you can, find out how to put sound alerts on alert windows, create price alerts on the charts, things like that, if you want to. Here's that getting started again. Daily support. Today is Friday, so it should be Andy in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. I do take a break between 12 and 1, and one of the other traders takes over. And again, it'll be Andy today. I will verify that. Before I take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in our Discord and our Pro rooms. Okay? Educational videos are right here about trade ideas. Back to basic. Now, this is slightly different. I know I said this yesterday. Almost like they get rid of this because I think this other one is way better. Okay, this one up here, the Trading 101. Okay, here are my scans. This is the scan section. Oh, so again, if you click on my link, you do have to scroll down. People say, well, I don't see where your scans are. So if you click on my homepage link, you have to scroll down. Here are the scans that I'm sharing. There's the Halts Resumes that we talked about, certainly with the LYT. Here are the two races that I'm displaying, and I have other scans. This is what I use in the pre-market. My pre-market actives up and down. So if you do take out a subscription, I'd appreciate it if you use my homepage link. Use that promo code that I showed you. Happy day, or sorry, New Year 25. Sorry about that, New Year 25. The room gets credit, I get credit. Also, if you save my link, you can always look at my scans at any time. I do change them up from time to time. And of course, the big education section right here. I see it got halted on the way down. Well, I didn't forget. I just got sidetracked, but the Affirm, I wanted to take this one. There was the break on 1317. Wanted to take this one, but got sidetracked doing other things. So, but what I try to do is just point out opportunities, guys. So, I mean, if you were watching the Affirm, you heard what I was saying. You saw the gap, the potential void fill. If it met your trading plan, then, you could have taken the trade. I don't know how much more it's going, but all right, Faro now, guys. I do have that one thumbnailed. I don't know if anything is really happening. I mean, it's below the whole number, which is good. The volume has finally picked up. The low was, what was it, 26.15? I mean, it's been slammed down 23%. This is that $60 million convertible senior notes offering. Boy, data is just still so strong, guys. It's been almost straight up. Well, not almost. It's been straight up. DADA. So the Argentinian stocks were so strong for this length of time, a couple of weeks. Then a couple of days ago, we had that downturn, I think basically in the market. And also most of the Argentinian stocks did this, trying to come back a little bit. The VWAP is 1301, so I'm talking about GGAL. You know what? This has got some room. Look at the daily chart on this. So 1425 is the next high looking left. It's over the VWAP. It's a big, no, there's another one I'm thinking about, but 81 million in the float. So it's not crazy, crazy high, not low. You better do a refresh, Stuart. Okay. Yeah, because it's, yeah. So if when you see something like that and you hear me talking about other stocks, and normally when I talk about a stock, I will have it on, I'll have the chart up. So that's your clue that something's going wrong on your end. You should do a refresh. That should cure it. All right, guys. Let's see what's happening here. 1043. Whoa, LYT may not be over. So if it takes out the high, guys, it's going to have a. Oh, wait a minute. Okay. When I was looking, was that back up to 180? I'm going to stick an alert around $2. See if it takes it out later on. Boy, DCPH has been all over the place. DCPH all over the place. Had a run. It's an $18 financing that we know. Had a run up to 20 in the pre-market. Market open, got slammed down, but came right back up almost to 20. Now look at it. Starting to get back closer to that financing price of 18 again. Whoa, look at this one, guys. Kala. Surprised it's not halted. Wow, look at Kala going, guys. Kala. This is a gap down in reverse. It actually gapped down a bit. And now look at this reversal. Um, okay, so it gapped down because of a $40 million share sale offering. Okay. But now it is really popped. I mean, that's 17 all the way up to 21 on that candle. Ocala was this one had all sorts of really looked like really good news. Got all the way up to what 57, 56.72. This is back in early January, January 4th. But it already had been moving. I think there have been some pretty lofty price targets put on it. And then it just fell. Whoa, LYT just got halted on the way up, guys. LYT just got halted on the way up. It takes out two. I mean, you get a lot, you probably get some traders interested again, namely myself. This will be impressive if this LYT takes out 2 again. It means it's got some good staying power. Oh, ally. Would have been a reasonable little trade here, guys. Oh, data over 15 now. Just hard to find an entry. I mean, it just kept moving higher and higher. I suppose you look at a 5-minute chart, I guess there was a good entry around 1461 or so. A little pop, a little base, and then the move. All right, Atro. So let's see, moving higher after 4Q sales guidance boost. Okay, so they don't seem to release until March the 2nd, but they're already guiding. And that is Atro, ATRO. Not a lot of volume. Pretty low float, 25 million in the float. Bye bye, Ally or Ally. So here's our projection for LYT. It's halted at 189, potential 192 open, so above anyway. We'll have to see. Yeah, you too, Todd. You're still around? You can hear me? I know I'm drifting away. I'm wandering around my room. All right, well, this is going to be longer than a 5-minute halt, looks like, for LYT guys. I mean, the 5 minutes has passed. Sometimes I give it a few seconds afterwards, but this looks like this is going to be more like a 10-minute halt for the LYT. Again, this is what I'm talking about. There's the halt at 10:45 plus 51 seconds. So, oh, I'm wrong. Sorry. No, I'm not. Well, let's see. 1, 2, open. Yes, I'm sorry. I counted wrong. So it is open after 5 minutes. Let's see if it takes out 2. Sorry about that. It's hanging tough. So close, guys, to 2. So close. So there's your high of 208. Takes that out. Look out. Tried. It just takes that out. I think it could go again if it takes out that high of 208. I know it tried. I got right there, 208. You can see exactly, it got right to the high of the day. Just stick a price alert, at 210. I think if it gets to 210, this could really have a nice move in it again. So the idea of putting the price alert at 2 was to alert me that it was at 2. Okay, let's see if this has any sort of oomph in it now. Come on, either do it or don't. Volume's good. The volume is still good. Mouse, cat and mouse right now. Well, Stuart, if you had been in the room earlier, you would have heard me talking about my plan was to take it if it got close to that 115, okay, for the LYT. I'll explain that in a bit if you were in the room earlier. Boy, look at Ally. I mean, well, if you were in the room earlier, you heard me talk about Ally. I missed this one. I didn't miss it. I talked about it. Said where I would want to get into it was around the 3013 mark. And unfortunately, I just got distracted doing something else and it just ran on me now. Okay, guys, I'm basically out flat now, the LYT, okay? I'm going to keep an eye on it later, but I'm basically out flat. I want to see, though, if it can explode through this level again. You got to be so careful, of course, with that float. So this is what I was saying earlier about the LYT, okay? This is the only, people ask sometimes, how do you play? How do I personally play, or just in general, how do you play pulse resumes, okay? So, I mean, if you're in the stock before it gets halted, great. Assuming it's the first halt, usually the first halt is pretty good. You're looking good. But if you're not in the stock and it was halted, okay. So this is what I look for. So you see that LYT was halted at 114. That was the price. So what I will do sometimes, and you see it resumed at 115, but it actually dropped. You can see it right there. It dropped down below. I think it got down to 109 or something like 108. So what I do is, okay, if it regains that initial halt price and fairly soon, I put an alert there, a price alert there, and I will take the trade. Okay, because sometimes there's a delayed reaction. Instead of coming out of the halt and exploding, sometimes there's a bit of a delayed reaction. As long as it doesn't, the halt was at 114, as long as it doesn't drop down to 70 cents or something. But it dropped down to about 108, 107. And so I said, okay, if it takes up that 114 or the 115 mark, I'm going to take the trade. That's how I play halts resumes if I'm not in it before the halt. Okay. I'm not saying anybody else should do exactly the same thing, but if you were in the room when I was talking, that's exactly what I was talking about. I said, well, I'll put an alert, and that's basically where I got the trade at 115, 116. But a lot of times that doesn't happen. Most of the time, the first halt, it just explodes after. It just explodes. But every now and then, after that first halt, it'll drop down below the halt price. And then if it comes back through that halt price, I want to know about it. And now it just got halted on the way down. So, I mean, this could be it. I mean, you never know, but I'll stick my alert again at 210. How many times can a stock be halted in a day? There's no limit. We've seen some stocks halted. It's all a computer program, right? That kicks in. Okay, it's volatility. Well, a volatility halt. So a stock moving. I mean, it may not be the strict definition, but a stock moving too much in terms of a price rise in too short a time. I mean, that might not be the strict definition, but so a stock can be, if a stock is whippy active, up, down, very quickly, it can be halted, many, many times. We've seen some stocks halted 20 times. I mean, that's rare, but it's just a computer program that kicks in. Oof. Yeah, the subscriber growth was way above estimates for Netflix, way above. Something like 7 million new subscribers. And the projection from Wall Street and even the company itself I think the company was projecting, if I can remember what I read, I'm going to say 4.4 or 4.5. Wall Street was looking for 4.1. And so when they came at 7 plus, boom. Well, the projected price is 184, which isn't good. I mean, it's halted at 191. The projected price is 184, and that is for the LYT. Well, I got to take a breather. They're exciting, but you've got to be awfully careful. There's the Atro guys. I just mentioned this ATRO. Uh, So this is upbeat Q4 numbers. Okay, Q4 sales numbers. This is not the official release. So there's LYT just opened. What did it do? Did not have a catastrophic drop though. Not yet anyway. Hey, who knows if it takes out two again? The magic, that whole number is so key. Need some volume to come in. Time is 11:02, so this candle is just kind of starting. But you can see, I mean, look at that candle. Look at the previous 15-minute candle. I mean, that's what popped it up. I mean, this is almost as big as the biggest candle of the day, which was at 10:15, which really got it shooting. Look at this, guys. I mean, this may not be over. You can look at this. Look, this is not a recommendation to buy this, or you have to have your own plan. But it's making higher lows, at least on a 15-minute chart. Look at all the lows on the 15s. You could draw a trend line. So it's higher lows and over two again. There's the high of 219. Look at this market. This is sort of a sideline to, oh, it just got halted again, guys. So this could be interesting again. LYT just got halted again on the way up. And here's your projection, 210, 210. Halted at 204, 210, 210. So this has got great strength. I mean, this has really got some good strength. It's had some drops, but the buyers are still steadfast coming in. Oh boy, anybody take Ally? I know if you took it because of what I said, great. Even if you lie, just tell me you took it. Just make me feel good. Okay, Jose, good. Half the battle in here for me is just, trying to point out ideas. It's not about telling anybody to take any trade. It's just pointing out ideas. So if you're sitting there listening to me and you hear me talk about a stock, it has to meet your trading plan and style. Like Shady points out a lot of things that, do not meet my style. That does not mean that they're not valid. It just doesn't mean my style. GNS yesterday at the end absolutely met my style. But and I think Shady knows that. It doesn't mean that there's no right or wrong way to trading. There's no one style. There's no one pattern. But when he points things, and I look and I go, I see what he's looking at, kind of. But then I look at the VWAP, and it might be too close. But that doesn't mean that's bad. Yeah, market green. Wow, what a recovery from the 388 level. What a recovery. I'd stick an alert for this Atro. Before I say that, let's take a look at it on a weekly chart. Yeah, I mean, it's got room. 1380, the next high is looking left. That was about not quite a year ago. That was in March of last year, the highs for Atro. So it's still got some room. So, if it takes out that 13 again, it could have another nice little run in it. Wow. All right, I got to be prepared for this LYT. I have to have better math skills now. It had 5 to 11. So 11:08 plus 27 seconds if it's a 5-minute halt. You can see they've all been 5-minute halts so far. 10:38 to 10:45, 10:50 to 10. Well, this was just okay. That's what's confusing. That was a 6-minute halt. Interesting. That was a 5-minute halt, though. So 11:08 plus 27 seconds. So we're getting close to 11:08 now. All times Eastern, of course. And by the way, welcome to anybody who's new to the room today or this week. Always nice to have new people in the rooms. All right, guys, in 10 seconds, if this is going to be a 10-second, 5-minute halt. There it goes. Okay, just open, just open. Now, it did not explode through that halt price yet. 212. And understanding, there's no news for this one, okay? All this is a low float play, and maybe some room got a hold of it. Well, I say room. Wow, there it goes. Maybe a newsletter. It's hard to know. I don't know because there's no specific news. And if the company were contacted, they'd probably say something like, "We know of no reason why we're having this abnormal activity in our trading." I'm waiting on it, guys. I'm waiting on it. I want to see if it really explodes into the 220s, and I might get back into it. The good thing so far is holding two, that psychological number, two, whole number. How much volume? Volume is picking up. Volume is picking up. There's 5 minutes left in this, or 4 minutes left in this candle right there, or that volume bar right there. So the volume is still, pretty good. Look at this market, guys. What a comeback from that giant red candle. That was the opening 15-minute candle that looked like tremendous doom and gloom again. And look at this market. Severe rippage. I haven't even looked at the memes today. And the only one I've really looked at is Bed Bath and Beyond, BBBY. Carvana's gone green also. Okay, CVNA. Okay, so Shady, too bad. So I guess you got stopped out in your ads for the for the GNS. Just checking. Yeah, I'm sort of interested in it. See how well it holds 3. Oh man, look at these. This is getting really tasty, guys. All right, let's see what happens here. Come on, get into the 30s. Just be careful, guys. Don't go crazy on something like this, okay? And look at, look how whippy it is in terms of, the spread is okay. I'm talking about the LYT, of course. So here's a situation where, you can make more money in something like this by taking fewer shares. And you're probably going, what? Taking fewer shares with a wider stop will keep you in it. And if it has a nice run, just a second. But you take fewer shares, you can have a wider stop, and that keeps you in the trade longer for something that, that is going to be pretty whippy. You try to put a 2 or 3 cent stop on something like this, you'll get stopped out all the time. Not all the time necessarily, but most of the time. Sorry, guys, I'm not going to talk. I have to pay a lot of attention to this. Fascinating. I'm just watching to see if it can get into the 20s again and run from there. Okay, guys, I've taken myself out of the trade for a little loss on this. Okay, I may take a look at it again if it gets back into the 20s. I just don't quite, I'm a little jumpy on this one. I don't want to check. So I'm going to stick another alert around 222 and see if it gets up there. So I took a little loss on that. And that's the OIT. Now I can look at something else, see if that price triggers again later on. Whoa, that's a good exit, guys. For me anyway. I think it's going to get halted on the way down. It's going to get halted on the way down. It's going to get halted on the way down. There it is. Yeah, there's the halt. And the reason I can tell is that if you have Interactive Brokers, there's a little blue dot beside the price in your bid ask. And typically when you see that little blue dot, that is the precursor for something being halted. So, I just didn't like the way it was trading. It was butting its head against that 220 too long for my taste. So I, decided to exit it. Wow, look at ear, guys. Look at ear go. Ear, not ergo. Therefore, ergo for you Latin majors out there. $16 is the high looking left. Something's happening with this. Oh, another one of these crazy low floats. I mean, what can you say? I mean, these things that are under 1 million shares. So this obviously underwent a reverse split. Uh, reverse split. Was that 2 days ago? Got it. I'm gonna have to I'm gonna have to do an update to my reverse split list. Shoot. I put one together. I went to a reverse split website to check the upcoming ones, but I forgot to update it this past weekend. Now, sometimes, basically, I think you have to update it every day because the company, where does it say, where's my reverse split? A moment, please, guys. Okay, so here we are. This is what I was looking at. So here is your reverse split calendar. Now, how up to date, I don't know, because I mean, if ear was 2 days ago, I don't see ear here. Yeah, I do not see it here. So that would not have helped. There's probably maybe there's a better calendar somewhere. Dilution tracker. Okay, I will use that one. Thank you very much, guys. What I love about the room. Okay, so where is ear on this one? Where is ear? Or do you have to register? Have to register? Is this a free site? Say no dates here. So oh, there we go. There we go. You're right. Right down here. So these are the potential ones maybe coming up. Maybe. Okay. Okay, cool. Okay, excellent. Thank you. And there it is. 20, 1 for 20 foot ratio. So when it says 20, there it's 1 for 20, I guess. All right, I will save that link. Thank you, guys. Okay, LYT is open and it is not over yet. I keep expecting these big drops, and so far, I mean, there's still strength here, guys. I mean, you can again, here's your trend. If you look at a 15-minute chart, these are still higher lows on a 15-minute chart. So this is still pretty strong. Wow, and it just got halted on the way up. So this is definitely not over. Wow. Well, that Nasdaq site doesn't have it. It's Nasdaq. Yeah, I wonder why that Nasdaq site doesn't have it. Interesting. Oh, it does? Okay. I must have just not seen it. All right, guys, keep an eye on the LYT again. I mean, this is amazing. We've had these lots of halts. A lot of times, the third or fourth halt is really the end, but so far, no. I mean, there's your halt at 213, so there's your projected open. Obviously nothing startling right there. Okay, guys, in a couple of minutes, if it's a 5-minute halt, this is going to open again. So I've got my alert set up here around that 225 mark. See if it explodes through that. If it does, I think it could go. I mean, again, this is just not telling anybody to take the trade if it goes to 225, but you can just kind of see. I mean, that's the way traders think. It takes out the high, it could start to run again. Ah, I got to click back, Casa. Okay. Well, look, Mickey Yami, I mean, these low float ones are so precarious. Okay, so you've got to, I mean, in my opinion, if you were up 60%, you've got to take some profit, in my opinion. I mean, I would never let something turn into a 10% loss. I know easier said than done sometimes because the greed factor comes in. You think it's going to keep going and going and going. But I mean, if you got a 60% profit on something, I think you're best served to take some off anyway, a third, a half, I don't know. And then you're protected. If it goes back down to your selling price or your buying price, well, you definitely make some profit. These low floats, I mean, you can get the rook pull just like that on you. And evidently that's what happened. Or even the Atro. I'm missing some deals here, guys, but I have to keep an eye on this LYT in case it explodes. LYT again, 1122, 1127. Okay, it's not, unless it opens really soon, this is going to be more than a 5-minute halt. Okay, there's the LYT, 1122.23, so 1127.33. So it is past that, past 5 minutes. So this could be a 5-minute, 10-minute halt. Yeah, I mean, if you're in like a low float, especially things that are moving and no real news, okay? And I don't have any idea if GNS had any news. LYT certainly, I don't see any news. You've really got to, you've really got to manage it. Okay, did it open? So interesting. So it wasn't it was a little more than a 5-minute halt. Doesn't want to take out that high yet. Not yet, anyway. Well, look at that Atro also, ATRO, another nice one, pointed out over that 13, I think. This is a great, okay, this is a great trend day now, guys. I mean, I'm seeing some of these continuation trades. Look at the Atro right there, 1283. There was the alert right there. On a day like today, try to take advantage of some good solid trending stocks. If the market is going to do this for us, I'm just watching the LYT, guys. The longer it holds this three at this 2 level, maybe it explodes into the 220s and then starts to really run again. I don't know. I don't know. And I have to keep watching it. It's not good enough to just put a price alert somewhere. Even though I did put a price alert, the reason being is that, if it really, if the enthusiasm comes back in a big way, I mean, it could just explode. Okay, so doesn't, I mean, I keep saying it doesn't look good now, but okay, let's take a look at Wayfair. Yeah, I mean, you're chasing it now for sure. I mean, you would have had to have seen this in the pre-market, number one, okay? And then you have to read the news, getting rid of 10,000 people, cost cutting and all that. Market likes that, unfortunately, not, you know what I mean? And so then you have to make up your mind whether or not you think that news is going to, sustain it. It was holding the VWAP, 4470, holding the VWAP. I don't like trading in the first 15 minutes, so I would have let that, there's that opening candle. And you can see what happened. It got up to 44.35, came back down. You could have said, okay, maybe an opening 15-minute range break. An opening 15-minute range break at 44.41. That would have got you into the trade right around there. Ally is still strong. You're absolutely right. Ooh, that was a night. Well, was it easy? Let's take a look at Ally. Yeah, from that break, did have a topping tail and it came back down, but other than that, I mean, it has been steady, steady, steady. And this is an earnings play, guys. So I mean, that's why next week and for the following probably 4 to 5 weeks, we were going to see a lot of earnings plays, and especially in companies, a lot of companies that you don't think about. I'm not talking about the Microsofts and the Googles and the Amazon, Metas, Apple. I don't care about those. I mean, and again, I'm not saying that if that's your style of trading, great. But I'm way more interested in what I call the mid, sort of the second, third, and fourth tier earning plays because when they have earnings, usually, I mean, they only have, it happens every 3 months, and that's usually their day to either shine or get killed. Okay, so and it's a lot of stocks that people don't really follow at all, but there's tons of volume. It doesn't mean there's no volume, but they're having their day, and a lot of times, a stock will have great, great continuation. One, like both ways, both ways. I mean, you can get an earnings play that is terrible. In other words, that release earnings and, missed guidance, missed everything, and the stock will just crater all day long. And then you get something like this, had earnings, and and why it's because it has earnings, it's going to be active all day long. I mean, that's kind of the key. Generally speaking, it's not like you're going to only have on that first 15 minutes all the volume and then nothing for the rest of the day. Yes, the volume is dropping, but still 17 million, 10 times normal. It's the relative volume that's the key. It's trading 10 times normal up to this time of day, 11:35, that it has normally done over the last 10 days. And where did I see Ally? Saw Ally right at 9:30. Now I don't take early trades, but there it was, 9:30, 29.25. And so what you're seeing here, then there's Atro. Okay, so what you're seeing here, why it says DR, that stands for don't repeat. So when all the filter values were met in this particular scan, that's the first time we were alerted to Ally. At 9:30, the price was 29.25. This window over here will keep telling me when Ally, if it does, keeps making a new high. So for instance, Atro was at 11.26, 13.33. It's now at 13.48. Now, if you're wondering, well, why wouldn't it alert down here? Well, it's all about filters. Okay, and I don't want a lot of alerts in here. Look at this one. I'm not getting anything on the 10-day daily breakdown. Because of what the market's doing, that's a possible reason. But I don't get too many in either, and that's because of a relative volume. I've got a current volume, relative volume, it has to be at least 8. That's, it means the stock has to be trading 8 times normal up to this time of day. And has to, has to be other filters. And this is a 10-day daily breakout, so it has to be 100%. It has to be at least at the 10-day high. More than likely, it's higher than that, but has to be at least. You can see Atro. I mean, look at the last 10 days. Obviously, it's above the 10-day high. So that filter has to be met. It has to be at least 40 cents up from the open. Okay. But that's why, you're not getting so many alerts. It's mainly because of the relative volume. And again, if you said, well, I'd like to have more alerts, well, and I'm sharing this one. I'm sharing, go to my homepage, you'll find it. So if I had dropped, I don't know what was preventing it at the beginning from, say, showing up here at 1240 or something, but more than likely it was probably, it hadn't gone up 40 cents yet. The relative volume, it's 18 now, but maybe at the beginning it wasn't. There's a lot of, oh, I have no idea. I make no predictions like that. If it even keeps going higher, LYT. The only thing I do is I just look left. If I can't see anything on the daily chart, then I'll take a look at the weekly. I think we already did that. And on the weekly, it's just a matter of sort of looking left. I mean, the next high in the weekly is 235. That could stall it. After that, 249, that's all I do. I don't have no idea where it's going to go, but I do want to know where the next high is. That could stall. Those are just some AI alerts from a long time ago, Ray. I don't really look at it. I'm not an AI. Most of them, it's just not my style of trading. But if you look at these are just some trades that have happened in the past. Okay. And so you can kind of scroll through them. I think there's even a chat. Is there a channel? I might give a better long term. Yeah. So this would be a list of stocks that have been AI alerts in the past, and how are they doing now? Well, it's not 100% that anything causes a stall, Mikeyami, okay? Not 100%. It's just my style is always to be aware of where the next high is on the daily chart. And if I can't see it on the daily, then I look on the weekly. It doesn't absolutely mean, that it'll stall at that price, but many, many times that is exactly what happens for a while anyway. Okay, so that's why I want to be aware of it. So this is basically an earnings play, guys. Atro is basically an earnings play. They don't actually release to the second, but they've decided to kind of do a little pre-release, condition the market that when we do release in March is going to be good. Yeah, there are no absolutes, Mikeyami. Of course, I mean, holding like the VWAP, the 200-day moving average. Those are a couple of indicators that a lot of people look at. There are no absolutes. In other words, a stock going into the 200, like moving into the 200-day moving average from below. A lot of people will think, well, that 200-day moving average will stall it and it won't get through it. It's just an area of extreme interest to see what happens there. But I am not a big indicator guy. The 200-day moving average is probably the most widely followed indicator. There are many programs, for instance, that won't take a stock if it's go long unless it's above the 200-day, as an example. All right, guys, 11:42. This has been a very fast morning for me. So let me make sure it is Andy. So just pinging Andy to see I want to make sure it's him in the YouTube room. And so in about 20 minutes, a little less, I'll be taking my break between 12 and 1 Eastern time, of course. And I will put the YouTube link in the pro room and also our little Discord room. Don't have too many people in there, but I'm going to keep it up and running. Doesn't really take that much attention away from me. And who knows, maybe if they ever up the number of views that you can see, people seeing my screen past that 50, we may do the migration. Hurts good. Okay. I mean, it's just not my look at bull guys. It's just not my style of trading. So that's why. So it meets your trading plan to look at stocks like that, and it's working. Yeah, do it. Now that's pretty clever. Bolero. What do they do? Oops. Operates bowling centers, but very, 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 very creative, calling their company Bolero. By the way, guys, what you're seeing here in the GNS, I haven't gone over this, maybe in the afternoon, I'll talk a little bit about our simulator. This was a simulator trade I took yesterday in GNS, okay? And I got out of the trade in the pre-market. So we get a lot of questions, not a lot of questions, but we get questions. Does the simulator work in the pre-market? And yes, it does. It works in the pre-market, works in post-market. Obviously, it works during market hours. The only difference is you have to go in at a limit price. You can't go in at market, and that's not just our simulator. That is, as far as I know, that is universal for all brokers. You have to go in at some kind of a limit price. You cannot just go in at the market so that's what I did. Took it out at 414. Wow. Get ready, guys. I think we're going to see a lot of charts or companies like this, I think, over the next 3 weeks to 4 weeks. Okay, where they release earnings. I mean, release earnings, and they just think about it. They're just having their day. Now, Ally is something that I've seen before. Don't get me wrong, but when they have earnings and the market reacts well, and of course the market's helping too. But nonetheless, this is what can happen. You get a nice trend. It's all we're looking for. Stocks that at least trend, instead of jumping up and down. Okay, just got the confirmation. So it'll be Andy in our YouTube room in about 12 minutes. Okay, so when that happens, I will put the link in for YouTube. I'll put the link in before. Wow, no kidding on the Goldman Sachs. Good for you. That's a big drop. Boy, they've just been hammered since their earnings release right here. A couple of days where it did not do too much, but now I thought I saw somebody talking about credit card business with Goldman Sachs, or U.S. Fed probes Goldman Sachs consumer business. I know somebody posted that. Didn't you post that, Captain? I thought you posted that a long time ago. I did see that you posted Silvergate SI. Yeah, it's had a nice run. I mean, what's crypto doing? Is it reliant on what crypto is doing, BITO? Yes, so crypto's having another interesting day again. There's a small crypto player, HUT, HUT. And of course, a crypto player that got halted earlier. What did BTB do after that? But this is trading on its own. I mean, crypto one of these days anyway, crypto was running, and this just got absolutely slaughtered here. BTB from 10 down to 154 or so. Trying to have a little bit of a pop here. Well, let's take a look. You're talking about Airbnb. Let's take a look at Airbnb. What does it look like on the yeah, so it's out of the price range. I can see what you're looking at. Yeah, I mean, a daily chart, it's not bad, but these are definitely swing trades. They're just not of interest to me. Yeah, I can see what's happening here. Maybe I'll pull back and then market's helping. I mean, no question the market is helping. They're just not interesting to me because I'm just not a swing trade trader. Now, certainly not at those price levels. It's interesting too because these are certainly not these have been kind of beaten up stocks. Just look at the position and lifetime range. Look at the actual guys. I know I keep nagging on this one, but boy, oh boy. Now that's coming into, you see that red line there? That means that if I extended this daily chart a little bit more, you would see the next high, which is right at. But instead of doing that, well, there you go. You see, there is the next high. That's why I haul out a weekly chart, so I don't have to do this. So let's see. Will that stall it? Is it shortable for me? It is shortable for me. Yeah, that's almost a million shares. Okay, guys, what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to stick the YouTube link in the main trading room and our little Discord room. All 9 of you. So there is a YouTube link in that I posted. So Andy will be there in our YouTube room in about 5 minutes. Okay, so GNS is now starting to approach the 200-day again. Sorry, the VWAP again, 397. Just stick an alert there, see if it takes it out. Nag, 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 Atro. So you can see now Atro took that high out on that daily chart because that red line has disappeared. The next one must be a lot higher. I'm not in this one, okay? I just want to say I'm not in this one. I'm just pointing out what I think we are going to start to see a lot of stocks that might do this over the next, say, month or so when they release earnings. Okay, guys, I just want to get my announcement in. Just waiting for Andy to show up. Just a minute, please. Okay, guys, so let me just get my music muted so I can hear Andy when he shows up. And there he is. Good morning, Mr. Andy.
Good morning, Mr. Barry. How are you?
I'm doing great. I am
All
doing
right.
great. Exciting morning.
Yeah,
Lots of
yeah, there
action.
yeah, there was a lot of action. Were you able to ever no, get shares of what was it, GDS or not GDS? What was it symbol?
GNS?
Yeah.
GNS.
Yeah, GNS.
Yesterday.
Okay.
Yeah, it was yesterday. I didn't partake overnight and and get that. Just give me one moment, okay? I just want to mute the two rooms.
No problem.
Um, okay, guys. So Andy is there. You can head over to YouTube. I put the YouTube link in, so you can head over there and listen to Andy. Going to mute Discord and the main room. And now I can just talk to you.
All right. All
You
right.
meaning you. Yeah, but the one today was the LYT. The LYT was the one today. Take a look at that one.
Are you saying N as in Nancy? Oh,
LYT.
LYT. Okay. I put the wrong symbol in. Of course, you got to click on something else.
Hmm.
Oh yeah, nice.
Yeah, nice. That's
Nice.
right. The
Yeah.
interesting thing is it got halted, and I was explaining how the only time how would I ever play a halt resume? So I was not in this when it got halted. Got halted at 114. Okay, so well, you can check to see when 114 was, probably around 9:45. And
Uh-huh.
what I said was, okay, if by chance it doesn't pop off that halt, in other words, go up to 130, 140, but if
Right.
it somehow pulls back a bit and then gets back over that 115, that's the only time I will play a halt resume. And that's exactly what happened.
Uh-huh.
It did not pop through. It did not jump after the halt, and it went down to about 108, 107, and then it got back up to 115. And I said, take it. And boy, what a run, 115 all the way up to 195. I'd love to say I held it through all that, but of course I didn't. But, it was just a great, great trade.
Man, I would think so. Yeah, impressive. Let's see, what's 5 million in the float? What was the spread like in this thing? Is it?
Nothing, nothing.
Oh,
I
really?
mean, right now it's
Okay.
like 164, 166. I mean, yeah,
Hmm.
there was no problem. Yeah, 63 million shares are traded with 5 million in the float. I can do some quick math. That's about 12 times the float. So yeah, just a great
Nice.
one.
All
And
right, Barry,
also,
go take you a break, man.
ally.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, I'll let you go. Oops, what happened here? Okay, I'll have a good now. Can you go to one,
Yep.
or do you
Yeah,
have to leave early?
absolutely. I can go to
Okay.
one. I can go to 105 if you need me to. So
Okay.
take your
Okay,
time.
thank you, my friend.
All right. Take care, Barry.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye bye. Hey, everybody. How goes it? So this, in case some people in here for the first time, there's always one or two. What's happening here is I'm taking over the uh, broadcast, the streaming for about an hour. Okay, this is a place. If you do have any questions about the software, fire away. I'll do my best to answer it. If not, we can always talk trading. We can talk stocks. Um, We can talk. Well, let's kind of keep it focused on one of those two. And let's not get into the weather. And well, I guess if somebody wants to talk about the weather, we can talk about the weather. Hey, Ajay, how you doing? Let's see. I did. Is it Afshin? Is that how you pronounce it? I'm gonna go with that. But hello, how are you? So let's talk a little bit about the markets. I always like to kind of start off to kind of look at what we're looking at here in the spies, and you can see we're kind of in the middle of no man's land here. We're battling with our 50 and our 10 period moving average. I think if we could, somehow pop above, that level, just don't know if it's going to happen on a Friday, but that would be positive to get back above these two moving averages after collapsing below it yesterday. It's been a tough market for swing trading, but uh, day trading's been pretty good. I've been doing a little more of that lately. Like liking watching this go too. I don't think anything's going to happen on a Friday, but you never know. It's just no volume coming in, but that's one to watch. And plus, the schools are not having the greatest day. These Chinese EDU is down fractionally. Tau, and of course that was that GNS opening up. Now it's getting a little bounce though. So anyway, regardless, this a sweet pattern to me. You had a nice pop over here, fell back, bounced off the 20 period, and now you've been kind of going sideways, staying above this 10 period moving average. This could potentially have a through four, back through four could have an explosive move. I got a starter position in it, nothing big, but could uh could get going at some point. Never goes when you want it to though. But I am in it, my swing account too, just in case, it doesn't go. Because I've seen patterns like this before, and it's like nothing happens on the day you think that something may happen, and then you wake up on Monday morning and you got a 50-cent gap and go, and you're afraid to chase it because of the gap and go. See that? It's happened to me several times. Monthly expiration today. Lots of stocks getting stuck. Yeah, yeah. It. I I thought we may get a little more. Of course, the Qs are up, 1.5%, and they are above their moving average. So Qs are stronger, probably due to Netflix earnings. Nice little 6% gap up. I'm sure that has uh, bought a little bit. I didn't hold in the earnings like I did last time. Last time I held in the earnings and it ended up paying me really well. But there's a difference between holding it at 250 versus holding it at 318. So I didn't hurt it, but I did buy a little bit this morning for a swing. Also bought some Meta today on this pullback here, trying to break out. I think pins would have probably gone today, but it did get a downgrade. It's one I'm tight range. Michael's also in this one. Just a beautiful saucer bottom there. But that being said, it's been in a sloppy range, for a long time. So really, that alert I have up there is kind of the key level because you do have a couple of uh, resistant points up there, but one that may get going. GNS. Typically, when you have a huge gap up like that and a hard sell off, you want something like that to dig in quicker. I would rather have seen it dug in right here, where it tried at 4 and then gone, because now you're saying to yourself, well, gosh, there's some heavy selling on this thing, uh, for half of the morning, and now we've got a little. Could those sellers come back? It's trying to hold its 10 period moving average on the 15-minute chart. So if I were to take a position, it would be a quick stop, probably below, this bar right here. I'm just not confident, in a stock that's gone from 50 cents, up to the $5 range at one point today. So that doesn't mean it can't go, but I would just keep it tight if I were to trade something like that. I wouldn't, honestly, I wouldn't have opinion either way. Crowdsource. I've been in for a while back on this day right here. Scalped out some the other day at that open, and I just bought some more back earlier. Uh, so probably about $100 average price in that one right now. I think this one. There's a lot of stocks. This is my weakness. I got Meta, down here at around the $90 range. Now I made some good money on it during this thing, but I should have held a piece. I mean, that's just the kind of, when you're taking risks like that, and like I said, it's more of a swing slash uh, investment. Of course, when you've been a day trader for 17 years and then you've been as kind of a swing scalper, man, it's hard to have an investment mentality. But because I caught the bottom on both Meta and uh, Netflix, so I'm going to try. Crowdsource is one that is I'm going to try to keep that because you look, it's defending that 10 period moving average now, and it's back above the 20. And beaten up stock, great cash position versus the debt. Growth is still, not huge, but it's still there. So that's one that if you are kind of looking, I'm not suggesting anything, but for those of you who might, look for uh, buying opportunities on what were very, very strong stocks that have been beaten up, this one may not be a bad one. Shops at highs. So this same scenario there. I bought shop when it went through three right here, this range that other day, and then I scalped out half. Maybe going to another stock that was a $170 stock beaten up. Small size is the key, and so you can give it some wiggle and jiggle. Not sure what happened to Goldman Sachs today. What's my Tesla doing? Tesla's another one. You can see my average at 118 down here. Once again, looking for uh, bought it off the fast line, and it's been very much similar to crowdsource. You're defending the 10 period moving average now. Dang. Well, these I scalped out of Lee today in my day trading account, and I slapped and Neo. But boy, sure wish they would. Surprised they're giving it all back. Yeah, that's ugly. Put that alert back in there if it gets back above the 50. Stick it right there. I'm actually bidding that 11 right there for on Neo. All right, I got it. Let me see if that holds. Yeah, it's not. This is not going to do anything today. I can already tell. Oh, I have an alert already in there. All right, let's take a look around IWM, and it's also looking impressive there. Back still above its moving averages in the IWM there. Check out the races here, see what's going on. Once again, guys, it's Friday, Friday afternoon. Not sure we're going to see much. No, rig won't pull back and let me in. This one was been trying to get through 5 forever and finally got through, and it just it's been strong. It is. That's a good one, Patrick. Yeah, it's rigged. That's why you don't get in. Or when you finally do get in, that's the top. And volume leader scanned. I don't really have one, Peter. I don't think it's probably in. Let me see. Volume leader. Yeah, I do. Let's take a look. Now, of course, this is not going to show the leaders from yesterday, but let's take a look and see. Whoa, it's a big one. It's an old one too. You can tell by my stupid strategy menu right there. See, this is just based on just volume shares. Tesla is I must have. Now, the way I would do it would do this right here. Market. This is a big market cap stocks volume leaders. So what I would do would just I would go with relative volume. Volume today, maybe make sure that they're doing at least, let's just leave it at a million. We got a relative volume. Really, you don't have to put anything in here, just maybe your price. Let's say if you don't want anything below $3. And really everything else you're just going to sort. So we can change the sort to relative volume. And okay. And now what I would do is, now you're going to find stocks that are up, down, and all around in here. So this is just going to be relative volume leaders. Now, what I would probably do if you're looking for long stocks is just come in here and go back to configuration and go to change from the close percentage, put a 0 on the min column. So we know now all the stocks will be up on the day or flat, I should call it. Okay, I'm not liking what I'm seeing here. Let's do average daily volume too. Well, let's just do this. Let's do volume today. Let's do 300,000. Cut out some of those stupid stocks. Yeah, that's kind of a stupid stock. Here. Good Lord, what is going on there? I'm going to have to put an average daily volume in here. I don't like doing that because some stocks but I don't like the way it looks. And let's do 300,000 average daily volume just to limit some of this crap. Okay, that's looking better now. Okay, let's do a earnings filter. Negative 0.01. In case some of you guys are not aware of this will eliminate all your ETFs, anything that doesn't report earnings. Now we're starting to talk here, get better. Now it's starting to look more like some stuff that I would actually trade. Like that one right there. I'm not sure about that gap down though yesterday. Allies having a banner day. Is this something? Yeah, I can send you this. We'll call it, I'm going to call it another name here. Let's call it relative volume leaders. Okay, pretty straightforward. And I will drop this in the chat window there. And there you go, Peter. See if anything. Michael gives you lots of homework, huh? Oh, good. All right. Spies. Looks like they may try again to poke through, these two moving averages here. Minimize that. Oh, Natty's at it again. Coming through Barry's option alert. Looks like it may want to go test the 5480 area, which would be that high. Let's take a look at some of the big boys and see. Okay, Netflix is trying to, Meta looks like it may want to go back to highs. Things to do in Hawaii. Boy, a lot of good things to do in Hawaii. I love that place. Link to IB. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to send you, because I'm not an expert on linking, but if you send that question to info, what we'll do is get you a document that will kind of walk you through the steps, because there may be some steps where you have to basically load or turn them both into administrator. So just send it to info@trade-ideas.com, and we'll get you a document on that. I don't have IB, so I can't kind of like take you through the process. Yeah. But I think it might be a little quirky. So we want to make sure we get you all the things that you need to do. Take a look at my China watcher. That crazy thing, man. Yeah, DQ was on my watch list today, but that's a good looking chart. If it gets, I got an alert in that already. So XPEV is actually the one actually holding up today, better than Neo and better than Lee. but charts in no man's land. All right, coming to the bottom of the hour here. Quick take a look around to the sectors, and lo and behold, you got ARK on top there, but followed by KWeb, UNG. I can't figure out why natural gas prices are so hard to heat, so expensive to heat your home. But look at this, and this UNG, I can't make any sense of it. It's on like a 2-year low. Let's see. Put an alert up. These are stocks that were on the Swing Watcher list that you can find in the channel. If you go to Channel Bar, actually go to Docked Channel Bar, and it's called the TI Trader's Eye. Had some pretty good ones on there today. W, nice move. Ally, wish I would have grabbed that this morning, but of course Netflix just really not doing anything other than gapping up. DQ, there's some decent ones on there. Google was on there. Tesla, LI, which had a great start. I actually scalped. Glad I scalped it. It's lower now than where I bought it. No. I bought this at, I can't remember. It was at, it's kind of a typical honestly, I'm in Tesla, so for me, it's a buy. But look at my price. I'm in from 118. Okay, so it was a buy for me at 118. This I did scalp it out yesterday morning on the gap up. I sold half. Now what I'm doing now is looking to uh, maybe buy back. This is kind of what I do when I'm doing some bottom fishing at times. I'll take a position, I get my move, I'll sell half or a third depending on how I feel about the stock, and try to keep my little core position. So, but that being said, I will easily buy that half back. So, uh, I definitely wouldn't short it here. I mean, it's above. You got your 10 crossing the 20 now. It's been holding the 10 period moving average for basically 2 weeks. So to me, it's not a short, but that doesn't mean it can't go down. That's for sure. We've seen this market over the last year. It can go down, and you know, right now we're just totally no man's. This is about as no man's land as you can get. So I'm not doing a whole lot. Uh, I mean, you're still in a downtrend. There's your trend line. Cannot get above it. Um, we're right at our 10 and 50 period moving average, below our 200, but above our 20. So, yeah, and thus is kind of probably why you have the action we did today. Like I said, I was kind of hoping that that Tesla could, I mean, Netflix could provide a little bit of umph, but not happening thus far. I mean, the Qs are doing okay, but Google's another one I'd like to get. I wasn't going to chase it this morning though, uh, but finally closed above its 50 yesterday, and of course they hacked a bunch of their like 12,000 people in their staff, so they got a big gap. I wasn't going to chase that, but something I'll be watching if it does pull back. Maybe pick up if it comes back and tests this 50. By then, maybe the 50 could be about right here. So it's something I might like to might like to have. Yeah, yeah, that's because uh, things are doing away. I will look at some of the stuff Barry does, but I'm more busy with trade ideas than Barry is. So I have to kind of keep, focused. So a lot of times what I do is I look for the setup. I look for the setup in bigger cap stocks. Um, and I will day trade them as well. But yeah, I don't follow the. I got the races up here, but I just don't have time to chase these explosive moves on thin stocks, and then I get called away at trade ideas and I'm doing something. So I got to be careful what I trade. I mean, I will trade some momentum every now and then if I happen to catch it right. I'm not one to chase. That's for sure. I trade a lot of China stocks. I mean, some of those can be pretty nasty. That's for sure. But I trade them well. I went back and looked last year at my P&L where I made all my money, and most most of it was in China stocks. I wish I would have held a lot of them. They're just scary to hold overnight. But man, I had some great prices. I was in Vips, uh, down here in the $8 range. When it popped above these moving averages and then held right there, and just kicked myself. I held it for a few days and made some money, but boy, left a lot on the table. That's for sure. It's a nice look. I wish I'd have seen that this morning. Would have been. See these stocks over here. A lot of times they all trade. They're just above stocks that are above their moving average. This is PagerDuty. It's an interesting chart right there. If it gets above that level, only 84 million in the float. Put alert in that bad boy. Bull, nice move today. I can share it with you. It's just a race. I have a scan here that's called above all moving averages, and basically just going to show you some very very strong stocks on the daily. All these stocks are going to be above their moving average. They're all their key moving on the daily. So you got the 10, 20, 50, and the 200. Okay, that is an exhibition of strength right there. Anytime you have stocks that are above all their key moving averages. So a lot of times when you're swing trading, you want to place, strong stocks. You you want them to be above all your key moving averages. And so what I'll do a lot of times when I do my um, homework is I'll do sort by change in 5 day and looking for stocks that are pulling back, like this one. It's barely above its RFMD. So you get some crazy names in there. But see, you're not buying up here. You're looking for stocks that are pulling back. Like if this continues to go sideways and you get this 10-period moving average coming up on it, there's another one. Broke out. Now it's pulling back and building a little base there. That's the kind of setups that I like, and then it pops back above this 1975 range. You got a nice entry there. It's all about the entries a lot of times. Nine has been, performing well. So that's what I like to do. I like to pull, you know, look for setups. There's a beautiful little setup right there instead of chasing stocks at all-time highs. All right, so let me do this. I will share both this and the races with you. All right, here's the race. And all the race is basically changed from the close. It's changed. It's stocks. Stocks are all above their key moving averages, and now you also know that they are winning the race as well. So let me also share the top list if you want to do some homework. Great for homework. Boy, it's just everything is just falling asleep. Number 200 DMA on the major average list. Too long. Okay, don't. Yeah, I obviously pay more attention to the 10, 20, and the 50 than I do the 200. 200 for me is, yeah, it's. I mean, I always like to know where the 200 is, but I don't base a whole lot of my trading on it. That's for sure. Yeah, I don't think Netflix is going to do anything. It's going to sit right here and do a little doji, a little spinning top, and then wait for the weekend. Wait to see what Monday brings. Picked up a little Lee at 2203. LI. Neo's trying to get a bounce too. So hopefully both of these established a bottom here. It's just buying stocks that were strong on a pullback. I don't like the fact that they're below their 10 period moving average, but I just know how these things are wacky. These China stocks in play. So what I'll do is I'll just go ahead and put physical stops in these things. Well, I'll tell you what, I'll put a alert in these things. If they do break these levels, I'll be out. And put the bad boy right there. What's Amazon doing today? Not bad. Golly, I don't know why that didn't come up on my homework alerts. That would have been a beautiful chart there by you got a pop. CCJ, what are you doing? UUC hasn't done much. I think that has a pretty good short interest too, and not as much as it used to be. Now I'll probably offer out and see if I can get this thing to come up to this, because I do not like the fact that it's below its 10 period moving average. So maybe looking to scalp half of these if they get up to the moving average. SPY's trying to go to highs. There's a China stock, SY.
Mr. China himself? India trade ideas. No kidding. You know, it's funny, Andy. I was talking about KWeb earlier today. And so when you look at KWeb on a daily chart, I'm going to actually get this a little bit bigger. Just a minute here. So yeah, so on the 28th of November, had a little bit of a green bar, green candle, daily candle,
Mm-hmm.
and then it popped up, and then it got above the 200-day moving average, which was about
Mm-hmm.
well, at that point was about 20. But then it just based and based and based, and meanwhile,
Look at
the
that.
market was
Yeah.
going through all sorts of gyrations. It
Right.
kept basing and basing, and then 2 weeks ago had another little pop, and it's basing and basing and
Basing and
basing
basing again. That's right.
throughout all the market gyrations. So yeah, I
Yeah,
mean.
it's strong. No doubt. I mean, like I said, I've had my best of luck trading these things, especially last year. Well, yeah, a lot of it was during this period.
Mhm.
Uh, yeah, catching those moves like that, buying them, and obviously some of these stocks are very scary to hold overnight. But
Mhm.
I will only do stocks that have been trading as ADRs for typically at least 10 years or something like that. So
Mhm.
time TME is a good one. Uh,
Mhm.
let's see, Momo. I did well on Momo. It's still, and yeah, there's just some, and that's why I'm kind of uh, if the EV sector, gets going, you're going to see the Lee is probably the strongest. I mean, it's sitting here just kind of just perched, ready to rip. This is
Mhm.
a uh, $40 stock. So yeah, that's one uh, I'm in Neo. Now this one doesn't look as good. I thought it was going to today, but I got a good price. So in my swing, I bought it. Now I added to it today, but I bought it at this support down here because I do that a lot. They just saw me call out two trades where I bought Lee and Neo for day trades. Buying it on just
Mhm.
support levels. So not the kind of trading that you do, and probably most in this room don't do. But I
Yeah,
like to.
well, because well, you're a swing trader, but I
Right.
mean, it's not like you're a swing trader I'm going to hold for months necessarily. I mean, you're
Right.
you're talking sometimes just 2 or 3 days. So
Exactly.
yeah. So I mean,
Yeah.
you're not what I would call like I mean, I don't
No.
even know what the definition of a swing trader is. I mean, does it have to be 5 days, 6 days, or could it be overnight? I mean, what is a
Yeah.
swing trader?
Yeah, exactly. I think I like to refer to it as position trade. You're position yourself and it could be a day trade. It could end up being a 3 to 5 day trade. I do have a couple of trades that I've been in for a very long time. Um, uh, but those are more kind of smaller size, position trades. But
Mhm. Isn't NIO, isn't that the one you said you were going to set aside for your grandson?
I
You
said
said
that
that a
about a
couple
lot
years
of them.
ago.
Yeah.
I could have sworn I read that. This is my grandson
Yeah.
for his college fund.
Oh yeah, I say that all the time. Well,
Hmm.
I I s- I said it, and this is my weakness, Barry. If I and I do have a couple of weaknesses, but my biggest one is I bought Meta at like 90 down here. Then I got the
Yep.
benefit of I can't remember what the gap out was, but I mean, I made some good money during this move, but I should be holding on to a piece of that.
Yeah,
It's
138. Yeah.
I have and Netflix was the same thing, but I mean, I'm in and out of them. It's just
Hmm.
when you're so attached to charts and the market, it's hard when you get these moves like in Meta, not to just bail on that move right there.
Exactly.
The problem
Well, it's
is if you
funny.
don't pick it back up, you're like, oh man, so.
Yeah, I'm actually looking at Amazon down the road. I
Mhm.
keep thinking that if they get over 100 and stay there for a bit,
Mhm.
I will do the unheard of, and I'll probably take just a few shares and just hold this thing for, I don't
Yeah.
know, 6 months, a year, 2 year. I really don't know. I just can't believe that Amazon is not going out of business, obviously. And I just have it's surprising because if you look at Amazon and you look at Meta, they were doing about the same thing back in October. They were both under
Yes.
100,
Yes. Yep.
and I was saying, okay, who's going to win?
Yeah.
Is it going to Amazon over 100 or Meta? And of course, Meta won. I would have picked Amazon. I actually would have picked Amazon if somebody said, which one do you think? Just because Meta's got this overhang of PR nonsense, etc. In my opinion.
Yeah.
But what do I know? I mean, it's at 130, from 100 to 138, tremendous percentage move. But I'm just thinking Amazon at some point will do something
And I agree.
similar.
I totally agree with it. The only thing, you may have to hold it into earnings to get that move, but a good portion of that
Ooh.
move, yeah, because
Yeah.
they're coming up on February 2nd, and I did that with Netflix and hit it big, but it's hard to do.
Yeah,
But
I can always wait till after. I mean, I doubt if
yeah,
Amazon goes through earnings and it's going to go from 95 to 140. I doubt
no, of
that's going
course
to
not.
happen. So,
No,
no, I
you
just
could.
want to see it over that 100, that
Yes,
psychological
I
100.
hear you. I hear you. That's a big number.
Hmm.
All right.
So, little NFL action this weekend, Andy.
Oh man, yeah. What? There's some great games the past weekend. Oh,
Oh,
it's
no kidding.
incredible. Yeah,
Incredible
I'll
games
be.
that I thought were going to be blowouts that
Yes.
turned out to be nothing but
I mean, like
just incredible.
Miami playing with their third string
Mm,
quarterback. Yeah, gave
hmm.
them a fight.
Huge fight. Baltimore, third. I don't know if it's their third or their 10th or their second string quarterback. And the same sort of thing. I mean, and
Hmm.
all those teams could have won easily. Not
Yeah,
easily, but I mean, they could have won. It
sure,
wasn't
sure
like a
they could have.
fluke or anything like that.
No, absolutely not.
So yeah,
But
so interested to so we got the 4 games this weekend, and then 2, and then the 1. So,
yes, yes. Well, will you be cheering my Cowboys on, or will you be rooting for San Francisco?
I think as a Seattle fan, I'm supposed to hate
Yeah,
San Francisco.
that's
Okay,
true.
so I guess
That's true.
I'll go for your Cowboys.
All right,
Okay, I
man.
will
All
go for
right.
your Cowboys.
All right. All
But
right. Well,
my
Barry,
yeah,
you
have a
have a
great
great
weekend.
weekend, man. Yeah, I'll be watching them right there with you, buddy.
Okay,
Have a good one, man.
you too. Bye
Bye
bye.
bye.
All right, guys. Yes, I just taken myself on mute and everything. Got my music going. Get rid of my announcement, and let's see what happens for the balance of today. Well, I know I've been nagging about this, but okay, Atro finally had a little bit of a pullback. Now let's see if it holds the VWAP. Okay, Atro holds the VWAP. 1362 is the VWAP. Yeah, LYT doesn't look like it's completely over. This could be the one, that has that maybe has the charge into the close, and then who knows, maybe though it is Friday after it's Friday, so I don't know how much post market action there'd be, but though I've seen stocks after hours on a Friday, the problem is you're going to want to hold something like that over the weekend. Yeah, probably not. I wouldn't be holding this overnight even, but let's see what happens with this LYT. It's now kind of bouncing off that VWAP of 175, and see if it can get back over 2 again, and then start to have a sort of a late day run. And it was an absolute snoozer was this Faro, Faro. I actually thought this was one of my big focuses in the pre-market, the big drop. But there it is in the pre-market there. But look what it's done since. I mean, just what a snoozer. Hmm. ADTN guys, now not a ton of volume. Relative volume, yes, but I'm also looking at the absolute volume. So there's not a ton of volume for ADTN. Spread's not terrible, but more importantly, when you look left, it looks like the next low is around 1815. I mean, there might be something here, but I'm looking over here on that daily chart, the November 9th candle. And I mean, if it takes out 18, Yeah, I mean, it looks like the next low on the weekly chart is something like 1784. So I don't know if it takes out, or wait a minute, 1743. Yeah, I mean, it might struggle though to get through 18 with that volume. Sorry. I forgot to share the screen. Thank you, Edgar. Yeah, there we go. Do that every now and then. And Nigel, thank you. So Atro and Ally are kind of similar. You know, it had the big runs. Now they're starting to pull back. Ally is 3031, so it's quite a piece away from that VWAP. Okay. But Atro is definitely, I think it's definitely closer. Yeah, it's definitely closer. 1364, 14. But it looks like it's trying to hold 14 at a bottoming tail down almost down to the VWAP. Okay, 1364, and it got down to 1380, so within 16 cents. Will it hold? Let's see if it has another attempt to get close to it anyway. Yeah, Roger, there's no way anybody can tell you that. I mean, I don't know. There's no such thing as the best one, you know. I mean, you might, again, I'm just pointing out VWAP areas as an example. Okay, so, and again, it all depends on your risk tolerance and, you know, the type of trade, the type of ones you want to trade in terms of price ranges. But look at LYT. I mean, LYT is holding the VWAP still. You know, there's the VWAP at 175. Of course, it was this, you know, supercharged one earlier in the day. It may be just resting. The longer it can hold that VWAP, maybe if it gets some volume coming in, it may pop up. No guarantee, and I can't call that the best one, but it's certainly one that I'm, going to be following. I want to put an alert over two to see if it can reclaim two. So if you're saying the breakout too risky to enter, so excuse me, I mean, it depends. Do you have a trading plan at all that would say, okay, I like to trade stocks that maybe come back to the VWAP or maybe back to a certain moving average, things like that. Ones that have, you know, broken out, but now are maybe pulling back to a certain average or again, the VWAP. Is that a trading style that you have or always have to have a trading plan of some sort. Why are you taking trades? You know, and I'm not just talking to you, Roger, or just, you know, just in general. Why are you taking a trade? Because it's doing this and it meets my trading plan. I've got, you know, 5 things that a stock has to do before I'll take the trade. And I'm just going to use 5. And if you can't check every box, you don't take the trade. And I'm just using 5, and it could be 6, as long as it's not 100. Otherwise, you'll never take a trade. You know, we're just talking about the Atro. Okay, so here's Atro. There's the 200, there's the VWAP at 1365. You know, that purple line right there. So, you know, this had a tremendous run. Maybe if it pulls back, you see what happens. Well, you know, it's hard to know when a breakout's going to happen, Roger. I mean, I mean, yeah, we get that question a lot. I want to see that. So I see that stock broke out. I want to get it before it breaks out. Well, it's pretty difficult to know that, that something is going to happen in the future because you've seen it after the fact. You say, well, I mean, I could construct a scan that will show you ATRO and doing this on that first on that 945 candle. The problem is, and then you might say, okay, well, I guess that was the breakout. The problem is that for all the ones that it kept moving, you may get 10 that didn't. Okay, so it's really difficult to know. You look at the market, see what's the market doing at the same time. Is it affected by the market? And of course, we can't know ahead of time what the market's going to do. This COSM. I do have Roger, are you a Trader Idea subscriber? Oh, you're not. Okay. I do have a scan. What did I call it? Small gap breakout. Okay. I think that's what I called it. So for instance, now again, you run this at the beginning of the day. So what I've done here, so I've limited the open no more than a 1% above the previous close or 1% below. So in other words, it has not gapped much. Okay. However, the current volume is 2, which meaning that it is trading twice as much as normal. Okay, so it's a little bit abnormal. Then I've just got a price range that I like. Okay, and then so remember the gap is the first print of the day, and then for me to see this stock, and again this is just my numbers here. So the gap was not much, and then but now it is starting to move, and it's at least 3% from the open, as an example. So again, the gap, remember what the definition of the gap is, that's that first print of the day. So it's not like it, opened 10% higher. It cannot open more than 1% higher or lower than the previous close with, reasonable volume, 200,000 shares. But then it also, as the day has progressed, it has to be at least now 3% from the open and making a new high or a new low. That's the sort of thing that you can construct. In which case, now, does it mean just because the gap was restricted and now it's starting to move a little bit that it's going to continue to move? Of course not. I mean, if it were that easy, man, we'd it's the only scan I'd use. But you can see how I have constructed this. And so maybe a little bit seeing it before it starts to move. So, here's the ADTN as an example. So the opening print was within 1%. This is a short opportunity, was within 1% of the close. Okay. But now, of course, it is more than 3% down. It's 4%. So I don't know at what point it was 3% down, but could probably got an alert right around here at 1866, and it ran down to 1822 as an example. Does it always work exactly like this? I mean, no, of course not. But that at least shows you stocks that have not, had these huge gaps on the open that have, which is usually you'll see them in the pre-market. That they've gapped up in the pre-market or gapped down in the pre-market. So you can see ADTN really did nothing in the pre-market. That little mauve area here is the pre-market. There was really no action at all. But once the market opened, it did this. So that's an example, okay, of something. No, 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 no. I'm not saying it's a good idea to short it right now. I mean, actually, I was looking at this earlier. The next low looks like the next low is it's first of all, for me, I'm a whole number player. I would always wait for a stock to break a whole number. No, I was just really trying to show you though that you would have had an alert for this one. The reason we are seeing it right now is because I just loaded the scan right now. This would have showed up earlier. This would have showed up probably around 1860. Okay. But the thing is, I just loaded this scan right now, so that's why you're seeing this stock here. But it would have shown up earlier. And at that point, you make up your mind. Does it make sense for you to short it, or if this were a long one, to go long? You have to have some kind of a trading plan. But we can definitely identify things that have had a restricted gap that seem to be moving now, but there's absolutely no guarantee that it'll keep moving in the direction you want. It's just, unfortunately, just not that easy. That's why we're called trade ideas, okay? We can generate ideas based on the type of scans that you have created yourself, or I'm sharing a lot of scans, just like that one. If you said, well, I'd really like to see that one, so I could give it to you, and then you could play around with it. You might have a different price range you like. You might, want to tinker with it a bit, or you just take it as it is. Look at the COSM guys. Good for you, Poe. I think you took this one. See, then there's another one. If you're a pullback, if you're a VWAP player, there was a VWAP at 371. This had a nice, had a pop in the early on, pulled back. You would have seen the VWAP here. You could have put a price alert right there. And then if you get the alert, then you look at it and go, okay, do I want to trade it now? Now, obviously, in this particular case, it would have been a great trade. Doesn't always work out that way. But like everything else, you always have to have a stop. So if you'd said, oh, okay, I want to take this, and you took it at that 370 mark and the VWAP, I'm sorry, not 372 over the VWAP, and then maybe put your stop just underneath the VWAP. So that, if it doesn't work, like obviously not all trades are going to work, that you have a price you're getting out, a manageable loss. And you can practice all this in our simulator. All sorts of different trading styles. Here's another trading style. Gap continuation or reverse. Some people love this sort of stuff. So this is a multi-strategy window. So there are 4 strategies in here, or 4 ideas. There's a gap up and go, gap down and reverse, gap up and reverse, gap down and go. So what do they mean? So a gap up and go means, with other filters in place, like a minimum volume and price range, etc. So that means if a stock gaps up, and then when we get the alert, it kept moving higher. Doesn't mean it's going to continue though all day long. I wish it did. So that's a gap up and go. A gap down and go is just a reverse, something a gap down. And then when you got the alert, it was moving down, but there's nothing saying it's going to keep moving down. Now, what a lot of people rather try to play or is a gap up and reverse. So, stock that gapped up, and moving higher, and then starts to reverse. Or the gap down and reverse, something that gap down and then starts reversing. A lot of people like that sort of style. So, there's really you have to figure out what is the style that makes sense to you. Yes, I'm never scared about that because we've seen, especially with these low floaters. Okay, we've seen low floaters that have gapped up 35. But listen, if you're scared of it, then that's part of your trading plan. Then stay away from it. Okay, if you're scared of it. But we've seen so many stocks that have gapped up 35, 50%, and at the end of the day, they're up 100 and 200%. Okay, so I'm not afraid, but I'm not chasing anything. I will never, for instance, data. I saw this one probably right around here. I'm not going to chase it. I am a momentum trader, but for me, momentum trading is okay, a stock that is moved, but now it's kind of basing a bit and then pops up again, maybe taking out the high of the day. And it's amazing how they can still tack on 10, 20, 30%. But if you're afraid of doing that, then don't do it. One of the traders at Trade Ideas, Steve Gomez, he has a hard and fast rule. He has the 10 SMA, which is the blue line on a 15-minute chart. And so all he would do, he would just wait for a stock to come into that 10 SMA, put a price alert probably around that area, and then see, okay, is it bouncing off it or is it falling down through it? But he will never take anything, even if data, as an example, kind of base for a bit and then pop, that's not his style. Yeah, thank you for being aware of the room, Captain. The sensitivity that some might have. So if you're asking me, is Tesla going to hold here? Of course, I will have no idea, but let's take a look at Tesla. And the question from our YouTube room. I don't know if you're just asking a rhetorical question. I mean, there it is. There's your 200. There's your VWAP, right? 130.28. Well, if it keeps holding the VWAP, maybe it'll hold. But if I were long Tesla or wanting to go long Tesla, I'd be watching to see, how it's handling that VWAP. I mean, it's just, it's barely above it, but it is holding it. Now, if it ever broke down below it in a big way, and you were long, well, first of all, you should have a stop, but that might be an opportunity to short it, as an example. And also things to do in Hawaii. I know I saw your comment about I seem to concentrate on momentum and all that. Well, I will flip. I mean, I do have the large cap gainers from the open, okay? And there was a period of a couple of weeks where there was really, even though stocks were moving in this one, in the biggest gainers from the open, there was no sustained trend that I was following. So I started following these ones, the large cap gainers from the open. Hard not to follow LYT. I mean, I know I spent a lot of time on LYT today because of, the percentage, the potential percentage increase, which is what happened. But these they're good also. I mean, this is the large cap gainers from the open. They're good. You just won't see the large percentage moves, but that doesn't matter. I mean, look at W as an example, Wayfair. Okay, so you might look at Wayfair right now and think, okay, you had that beautiful run, on the basis of their news that they're slashing, getting rid of 10,000 workers or 1,000 workers or whatever, preparing to lay off more than 1,000 workers. Okay, I don't know if they were laying off. Anyway, so, cost cutting, okay, the market likes that. So yes, 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 moving up. Now look what it's doing. So you might look at that and go, and I doubt if Wayfair is just going to stay here all day, basing like this. It's probably going to move one way or the other. There's the VWAP as an example, 45.72. That's about $1 away. But what if it starts to approach the VWAP, move down, down, down? Then you start saying, checking, okay, wonder what it's going to do there. Now, you don't have to stare at the chart. You can just put a price alert, just a little, maybe a little bit above the VWAP. I'll put it at 45.94. Okay. And then if it moves down there, then I know it's starting to get closer and closer to the VWAP. Then you start saying, oh, okay, is it going to bounce off the VWAP, or is this it? Takes it out and then turns into a short, as an example. Or you might say, well, here are some highs on the 15-minute chart. There's the previous 15-minute chart candle. High of the candle is 47.59. This is 47.35. This is 47.34. This is 47.40. So you might say, you know what? I mean, this maybe is just basing here for a while, it's just resting. And you say, okay, let's just put a price alert at 47.65 and see if later on it sort of breaks out of this area, either towards the downward toward the VWAP or upward and taking out these little 15-minute highs. And maybe if that happens, maybe it keeps going. I'd also be looking left though to see, okay, even if it took this out, is there any daily resistance? Well, you can't see anything on this daily chart. So let's take a look at the weekly chart. And then you look at the weekly chart. There was the high today. So where is the next high in the weekly chart? Well, man, I mean, it's way up here at $55, 55.82. So in theory, if it takes out, gets out through these areas, in theory, it still has some room to run. And you can do that. That's why the racing is very cool, because it automatically creates a watch list for you. And so, you can just click on these symbols, check to see what the chart pattern is, and say to yourself, oh, okay, put a price alert somewhere, maybe bracket it. It's up to you, and then move on. If you get the price alert, the window will show up on your screen. Where are you? Here's your price alerts window. It'll pop up on your screen, and then you can click on the alert and check to see what's happening. Okay, so it gets you to focus just on, a certain number of stocks instead of trying to figure out, well, what do I trade? There's so much action here. I mean, okay, hopefully that makes sense. And that's not just to you. Things to do in Hawaii. I mean, that's to anybody. Yeah, you see this Atro appears to be holding, and Steve would be using the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. He doesn't use the VWAP. He uses his 10 SMA. It's a different style. And in this particular case, the 10 SMA and the VWAP are about the same. there's that purple line. That's the VWAP. That blue line is a 10 SMA. He uses that as a bit of a guide. So you can see what it did. It got close, came back up, tried it again, came back up. So he might be looking at this and going, okay, I'm taking it. I mean, I'm not trying to put words in his mouth, and then what he does is he'll just put a stop at the 10 SMA or a little bit below it. So if he took this trade, if this was if this worked for him, he would take the trade at say 14.14, and he put the stop, just a little under the VWAP. I'm sorry, the 10 SMA, which is now right there. So rising at 10 SMA. And as long as it didn't break the 10 SMA, he will stay in the trade. Ideally, to get into trades, ideally what could happen is the stock pops a bit, you can take some profit, and then let it run unless it breaks the 10 SMA, as an example. So, because this 10 SMA is going to keep running higher and higher, as if the price keeps moving higher. So what that does is, it protects you. You take some profit, and then you just let the balance run, and don't get out of it unless it breaks the 10 SMA. All sorts of different trading styles, guys. All sorts of different trading styles. Yeah, well, the VWAP is the VWAP. The VWAP is universal. So there it is at 1374. I'm not using any, okay? So that is the, sometimes, and it's probably because I'm using pre-market data, sometimes it might be just a little bit different. Okay, I mean, if I kind of eyeball it looks like 1376 and it's at 1374. If I eyeball it, I probably, so sometimes that purple line might be a little bit different from that's the number though. That is the number to use. This is what I use to eyeball to see if it's getting close. And that's just that purple line. That's just an indicator. Oops. Notice that there were no options for VWAP. Okay, there were no options. The VWAP is the VWAP is the VWAP. Okay. When I say no options, look at the SMA. You've got all sorts of options in SMA. You can, depending what period you want. Here's what this is. But you notice that the VWAP has no options other than where you want it in the chart. See what I mean? So there's nothing for you to do. The only thing is if you don't want pre-market data, then I guess you just have to. But I like pre-market data. I'll never, ever, ever, ever get rid of pre-market data. I want to see what it did in the pre-market, and that's that mauve area, the tan area. The mauve area here is after hours yesterday, and this is the tan area is the pre-market. Okay, so I never, Roger, I never have targets. In other words, I don't have a target profit area. All I do is I look left and I see where there could be some stalling. But the way I trade is before I get into a trade, as I say, I'll have my checklist. It doesn't matter what my checklist is. A lot of the things that when I see it, when I get an alert, most of the things are covered in my checklist. In other words, I'm never going to see a stock outside of the price range I want. It's going to have at least the minimum volume that I want, probably have the minimum relative volume that I want. So a lot of things are already covered. So my step is the next step, even if I can check everything, the next step is, okay, where is the next high looking left on a daily chart? Or where is the 200-day? Or where is the VWAP? So in other words, let's take a look here. If I, or where do I think there is some chart support? Okay, and support can be a really tough one to identify. People ask all the time, does your system have support and resistance? Your idea, and again, they're talking to everybody. One person's idea of support and resistance could be completely different from somebody else's. Okay, I have my own, way of eyeballing something, thinking, okay, I think that's support. So, for instance, let's just say I get into a trade at $10. Pretty sure they got. I don't know. I don't use IB charts. I'm surprised if they don't have a VWAP option. You'd have to ask somebody who uses IB charts, I guess. Let's just say I get into a trade at $10, or I'm considering a trade at $10. I can check all my boxes. The next thing I look, okay, where is there what I call a support area? So that if it broke down through that support area, I'm out of the trade. It didn't work. Okay. Let's make the math super simple. So I'm looking at this stock. It's at $10, and I look at my charts, and I think there's pretty good support at 9.90, 10 cents away. Okay. My next step is, okay, I get into this trade. Where could it go until it hits some kind of resistance levels that I'm used to? Okay. Is the 200-day right above it? In other words, let's just say the 200-day moving average was at 10.05. Remember, I'm trying to take a trade at 10. I wouldn't take the trade. I'm not going to risk 10 cents to try to make 5 cents. Okay. If the VWAP was just above it, I wouldn't take the trade. But let's just say, the VWAP and the 200-day moving average, not an issue. The next step, I'm looking left on the daily chart. If I saw, for instance, the next high was say 1040, remember, I'm trying to get in at 10. I'd say, okay, I have a reasonable chance of it maybe getting up to 1040 before it hits some resistance. Does that make sense for me to take the trade? Will I risk 10 cents to potentially make 40 cents? Yes. Okay. Because when I take a trade, I have to have a reasonable expectation of making at least a 1 for 2. In other words, risking 10 cents in this case and looking at a chart and seeing no resistance 20 cents away. A lot will say 1 for 3. Some will say 1 for 2 isn't enough for them. That's fine. There's no right or wrong. So you're asking me, like, where should you take a trade right now? I don't know. I mean, if you took this trade at right now, the actual trade, and you put your stop at 1368, but this is probably going to, or maybe more conservatively, 1394. A tighter stop. Well, maybe I don't know if that's the right term, liberal or conservative, but a tighter stop, 1397. Let's do it. Okay, I'll just do it. I'll go into the simulator. I'll take 300 shares. I'll buy. It's a terrible spread. Well, just for these purposes, I'll buy it. See if I can get it there. Yeah, let me pick another one that the spread isn't so bad. Again, this is in the simulator. Okay, you need our standard service, and then it uses our real-time data. Okay, the spread's tight. You know what? Let me just do it. Okay, I'll do it. 300. I'm going to buy it, and I'm going to send it and see where it fills me. So 1417. Put my stop, say around 1397, 1390. Okay, you'll see a line on the chart that'll appear. So if it moves down to 13.90, I'm out $82. So, in practice, see if that works. See if that is a style of trade that you want. That if it, as long as it holds the 10 SMA, that you'll stay in the trade. But if it breaks down below it, you're out of the trade. I mean, just practice. Look at the market. What a move here, guys, by the market. This is a 140 move at the market. Now I got to do a video. I almost forgot, and I definitely want to do today's video. So I have to do a video. Time's at 140, so I'll be back. Should be no later than 150. Okay, guys, so I'll put myself on mute. All right, guys, I'm back. LYT is still kind of hanging in here, guys. It has not collapsed yet. We recommend just keep an eye on it in the last hour, from the 3 to 4 hour, 3 to 4 period. See if it resumes. Well, no, it's not breaking out. It just hasn't collapsed. Not breaking out, but it hasn't collapsed yet. There hasn't been like a huge amount of profit taking. Still holding the VWAP, okay? Still holding that VWAP. Now, most brokerages won't have shorts available for LYT. I know mine doesn't, Interactive Brokers. I think Trade Zero does, which I may take out a little account in just for these purposes. I'm just saying, watch it, in the last hour. A lot of times what happens is that these stocks that really, really were super active, and at the first couple of hours, then they just go to bed. They go to sleep for a while, and all of a sudden, out of nowhere, the enthusiasm returns, and you can see some big moves still. Again, I'm not saying it's going to happen with LYT, but that's why just use our price alerts and set some alerts at areas that you think might be interesting. That is incorrect. Somebody said Trade Zero doesn't accept US clients. That is incorrect. I'm just interested in the fact that they accept Canadian clients. Look at this market. What a move. Hey, maybe we'll get to 400 today. Give me a moment, guys. Just trying something here. So this is an example of another one of those small gap breakouts, okay? The gap was very small. You know, that opening print was very small. And then it did not, yeah, this, I wish I could say that, oh yeah, they're all going to do this. I mean, it's obviously had market help. Okay, most stocks that are, probably are, trading a little bit like the market unless they have some earnings on their own or some press on their own. Now, they have earnings on the SYF has earnings on Monday, pre-market. So, maybe people are thinking, okay, we think they're going to be good. You is another one, a small gap breakout. I mean, the gap was very small and moved base for a while and now continues to move. It does not mean that's going to happen every time. Overall market conditions are very, very powerful too. That's why I always have a SPY chart here. Now, a lot of the things that happen in here in this little, excuse me, the smaller cap ones, they don't care what the market's doing. Okay, they just don't care. They're trading usually on their own, not caring so much what the market's doing or its specific sector is doing. Now, this is an interesting one. This is almost an all-time high. Also, PARR. When do they have earnings? On the 22nd of February. Or this, you're doing well. You're doing well, Paul, on your COSM. It's the next high looking left on the weekly chart is 515. So that could stall it. 5 could stall it. But if it gets through that 614, and yeah, I forgot about this one. This is the crazy one that did the reverse flip, but they didn't announce it until the pre-market, which is, I'm not going to say it's unheard of. I've never seen it in all the years I've traded. I'm not saying it has never happened. Again, break of the VWAP, guys. Look at that. COSM, break of the VWAP. I believe it was, and I know why you're saying that because the position in the lifetime range is at 0.2%. So let's just take a look. Let's get a monthly chart up. I guess I have to keep going back further and further. Yeah, I don't know where. Yeah, I don't know where. They probably, before 2010. And that float, guys, 7.4 million in the float. That's why something can be up 64% and more. So there's an example. I know somebody said there, and this is absolutely not trying to persuade anybody to trade outside of their comfort zone. But look at this now, 64%. Somebody said they don't like to trade something that's up 35%. I don't know where 35% was, maybe in this area, but it went from 35% to 66% as an example. That can happen, when you've got a low float situation. and on the move. This is not like it gapped up 35%. I mean, this gap up was about 18%, I think. Okay, so maybe this is a good example, okay? Here's a stock at 17.39. If I looked at this, I would think, okay, 17.15 or so, 17.16, what's that, 23 cents? So I would put my stop, say about 25 cents away, a little bit underneath, okay? It's 25 cents away. If I were looking at this trade, I mean, it looks pretty good, but do I have a reasonable expectation of making 50 cents on the trade? If I'm going to risk 25 cents, I have to have a reasonable expectation of making 50 cents. Well, let's add 50 cents to that. That gets me to 17.89. I look left and I see the high here is 17.95. It's cutting it close, but the next high is 17.95, which is not 17.89. So, but it's cutting it close. It's getting right into that high. So, that would be, for me, that would be borderline. Okay, that would be borderline. If that next high hadn't been here, if it had been up here at 1816, that would have been a lot better. Doesn't mean it's going to stop here. Also doesn't mean that it's going to get there. Now, some would maybe put a stop here. There's that rising 10 SMA. It's a lot more aggressive because it's closer. And if that were the case, if that were your plan, then you could say, okay, I'll take this trade. I've got a tighter stop. Maybe risking 15 cents. Can it go 30 cents from here? 17.70? Yeah. Before it hits. Now, when I get into a trade, that's my expectation. Okay, that's what I'm striving for, a 1 for 2. So if I got into this trade because I thought the 1 for 2 was, a reasonable expectation, but all of a sudden, it moved higher and then it just stopped and then it started drifting down, I will get out of the trade. But it's not, and I maybe only make a 1 for 1, but I didn't get into the trade at the beginning thinking that's what would happen. Well, I got a little bug here because obviously this P&L should be changing. I'm in this trade at ATR at 14.38, and my entry was 14.18. That's 20 cents away, so that should say $60 somewhere. My guess is if I exited out this, it would come back and it would be okay. So let me just do that. Yep, that's exactly what it was. You're right. It halted on the way down, so I guess that is it for LYT, guys. One way or the other, it probably wasn't going to stay here. So, but remember, have my price alert set. I would never take this trade in anticipation that it would happen. Now, at some point, I can get out of this trade. If I want to flatten it, I can get that. That gets me out of the trade, or I could get at half my position, or I could double my position. GNS has that look, guys. Unfortunately, I know Shady's. I think he's in this on a bit of a swing, but has that look of takes out 3, gives up 3. That could be it for today, anyway. Somebody mentioned HLB. I think it was Captain saying they're complaining about naked shorts. Yeah, tons of volume. I mean, tons of volume. You know, Hellbiz skyrockets after investigation into short selling, which I think is the reason why GNS went up. Okay, so I mean, other than that, I mean, the volume's huge. Now, it looks impressive. It's a 62% move, but it's only 8 cents. Now, yes, if you had taken, at one point, I mean, yeah, at one point it was up to 37 cents. So that would have been an impressive move. I just don't take stocks under $1 typically. Can't remember the last time I did that. You've got to take so many shares to make it worth your while. And in this case, of course, it would have worked. I mean, if you'd taken a lot of shares at 18 and had the good fortune to ride it up to 37, sure. It could become, yeah, it could become a meme stock. Could become, yeah. Well, a lot of these companies, though, they will not take any, what's the word I want? They won't take in, they won't take any account of maybe the business is bad. I mean, look what they're saying. They're getting, I think they're saying they're getting rid of unprofitable business ventures. Well, I'm not saying the evil shorters aren't out there, but I think, companies like to blame the evil shorters for their poor business model. Well, I definitely missed the boat on the COSM. Do you have shorts available, William? Interesting. No shorts at Interactive Brokers. Yeah, and it's based on that press release, Baba. There's no question. But does that mean? I mean, listen. If you thought like right now, so I mean, it has pulled back a lot, right? 37 cents back down to 20 cents. That is a lot. Okay, it's basically almost where it came from. So, I mean, if you thought, well, okay, but maybe it'll become a meme stock in the future. Okay, you want to, throw $1,000 at it or 1,000 shares or something, and whatever number, and just tuck it away and see if it ever happens. I mean, I'm not going to do that, but I mean, I'm not saying. I mean, the low is 11 cents. So if you bought 1,000 shares, cost you $200. Your stop is say 11 cents, so you're risking $100 maybe. I don't know, and just put it in an account somewhere and don't look at it. And yeah, maybe it becomes a GME at $400. I'm kidding, it will not, but ooh, all right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. So here's another cheap one, guys, that I noticed. It's come from 60 cents to 70 cents. LPTX. Okay, so Atro, I wanted to keep this in here because I wanted to show you how well are you managing your trades, okay? So there's Atro. So at one point, we're up $98, almost $100, okay? Well, that would be if you took that 300 shares and you were able to trade it right at the very top. I'm not saying that would have been or maybe the top here. Yeah, because that little triangle, that's where the buy was. So the absolute top was 1453. So that's what that is referring to. Now it is pulled back to 1431. I mean, that's not terrible, but what you wouldn't want to see is say a max P&L of say $400 or $500, and then you've allowed it to pull back to say $31 or even worse, gone negative. Okay, so good idea, people, because that's another half of trading, or a big part of trading, of course, is managing your exits. Okay. Now, the other thing I like to look at is the distance from the exit price. Now, that is a little bit skewed here. You look at GNS and it says the distance from the exit price is 111, $1.11. I exited at 414. It is now 304. And that's exactly what you'd like to see. You want to say, when you get out of something, you love to see it just drop because you think, wow, okay, I got out in time. What this doesn't show, of course, is that at one point at that 414, this stock actually went up to five something. So at one point, that distance from the exit price was probably like positive $1. Now it's down $1. But anyway, I think it's a good idea to keep your distance from the exit price. And obviously the today P&L and your max P&L, it's a good idea to have them. All right, guys, if you can hear that, I am having a little bite to eat. Remember, we were talking about Wayfair W a little while ago. Will the VWAP hold it? Will it get it even close? So far, no. Will it take out that high there? You know, this COSM is actually looking pretty good. I mean, the next high is 568. Is that right? 568, 558. You know, I mean, if it can get through that, I mean, obviously that's all traders are looking at, that day that it hit 20 something, 2384. All right, I'm done with that sandwich. You know, this could be an interesting one. The TXG holding the VWAP, 4680 is the VWAP, so it's holding the VWAP just a little bit above it, a little bit above the whole number. You know, the high of the day was 4788. That's, you know, could be interesting for those of you looking for a trade. You know, you just put your stop maybe at the VWAP or something, but if you have to trade, so things to do in Hawaii. Did you actually open a Trade Zero account or you just found out how to do it? Just give me a moment, please. All right, guys. Well, there's a W. Is now trying to break out a little bit here. Look at this market today. After the last 2 days, would have been difficult to predict the market doing this today. Okay, so this one came back. Atro came back. How do you filter the float? You mean if you want to have a maximum float or a minimum float number? Is that what you mean? I mean, we have float filters. You don't have, there's nothing really fancy that you have to do. If I right click on an alert window and I click on configure, and then I click on search, and then I type in float, this is what you mean. Well, it's not a matter of wanting a small float, okay? I mean, a, sh- a low float will, you know, the only way a stock can go up, you know, 20, 30, 100%, 200% is if the float is low. But it's not everybody, you know, but it's risky. So when you say you want a float, a small float, I heard. I mean, that's only if you're, you know, prepared to deal with some very volatile stocks, okay? So, I mean, it's not that, but we have a float filter that right there, and you add the filter, and then you put the maximum number of shares you want in the float. That'll restrict the float, okay? So it's nothing to do with a percentage calculation. It's just, it'll just, it's just a very simple filter. Well, my idea of a short float is 20 million. Okay, that to me is a short float. Anything under 20 million is a short float. But if you ask somebody who normally trades something like Meta, you know, a large cap with 2.24 billion in the float, they might think 100 million is a low float. Okay, it's all relative on what you're used to trading. Me, for me, anything under 20 million, I will consider as a low float. Others might say, no, no, it's got to be 10 million. There's no right or wrong answer. But if you wanted a starting point, you might want to use 20, but understand what you're trying to, well, no, it's not a percentage calculation. You want a low float. I mean, it really, the absolute number of shares that can be traded on a daily basis. Well, that's why, you know, the COSM can, you know, and now it's only at 56%, but when it was up to what, 552, that was a lot higher. Well, the float doesn't change that much though, Stuart. It's not like one day it's 20 million, the next day it's 40, unless they do, you know, reverse splits. The float basically remains the same, you know, unless there's some real change within the company. So I don't understand what you mean. If 20 million is normal, it's normal for that company. That's just going to be a defined number, like a price range. You know, it's going to be, it's a defined number. I mean, if you just want to see stocks that are low float situations, and you know, you could start off with, you know, 20 million in the float. That, yes, that will be normal for that stock. I think you're confusing something there. Okay, well, first of all, understand what the float is. The float is the number of shares outstanding, and then you start subtracting, you know, all the shares that maybe the insiders, the C-suiters own, maybe some big mutual funds. So that's what happens with the Metas and the Googles and the, okay. you'll see that they'll have like billions of shares outstanding, but then you start subtracting all the C, like any shares that the C-suiters own, big mutual funds, because those shares cannot be traded on a regular basis. Okay. Now, when it's a low float, I guarantee there are not a lot of mutual funds or anything like that holding those shares. So yeah, I mean the float could be maybe very close to the number of shares outstanding, but but listen, they just think of it like this: the float or the shares outstanding, if it's very low, that's the supply of stock. That's it. That's the number of shares that can be traded on a given basis. If that number is low enough, and for whatever reason there is demand, that's all you should be concerned with. Okay, and the demand is because maybe a press release, maybe earnings, maybe you will never know why the demand is there. You know, some newsletter is pumping the heck out of it, and it's being followed, and then it's being picked up by all sorts of different rooms and all that. So the number is the key. The number is the key. Whether it is very close to the number of shares outstanding, it doesn't really matter. The number is the key. Low supply, high demand, price goes up. Well, okay, but typically, any of these stocks that are, billion-dollar market caps, the float is not that big a deal. Okay, you're not. The only reason we talk about low float stocks is because that's where you get these big percentage moves. Look over here, MRTX, 0.53%. I have a minimum market cap of 500 million in here. Okay, so consequently, you will not rarely, I'm not saying never, but rarely will you see anything that is like a huge percentage move because I put a 500 million market cap minimum. Okay, plus a minimum 50 million in the float. Not that 50 million is high, but coupled with a 500 million market cap, you're probably not going to see high percentage moves. Okay, most of the time when we talk about float is because something is a low float. You're seeing some crazy action on a stock, and you check the float, and you say, oh yeah, it's a low float situation. I don't have a maximum float in here. Okay, it's just that with putting no float in and no market cap, I'm going to see stocks that are moving a lot, and typically the float will probably be pretty low. But I'm not using a filter in here. But every now and then I will see there's another one like 7.7 million in the float, CJJD. LASE, LASE, 3 million in the float. I don't have a maximum in here, but for stocks to be moving a certain percentage, typically, the float is going to be pretty small. That's all. I wouldn't overthink it, if that makes sense. I mean, for Meta, I mean, that's a pretty good percentage move, 2.3% with 2.24 billion in the float, right? That is a pretty good move. But you're not going to see Meta other than, the two times they released earnings, where the stock just got killed. But you're not going to see Meta normally 60% up on the day. Okay, even 10% up on the day. The float is so big that it's like trying to turn the Titanic around. Okay, how The Titanic is moving. Well, the Titanic, a big ocean liner. Okay, you're trying to turn it around. It's going to have this big, 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 wide radius, and finally it moves. Okay, as opposed to a speedboat that just goes shoot like that. So think of the speedboat turning is like a low float, and a huge ocean liner is your large cap stocks that take forever to turn. Okay, so these stocks buy or for day trading or swing trading? Where do you like? What do you mean by buy? Anything could be a swing trade. Anything could be a day trade. Okay, it's just how you feel about holding things overnight or for longer. I mean, any one of these, maybe more like these because these are a lot more volatile. You got to be a little more careful. But something like this is par. I'll just use par as an example. You might look at this and go, "Wow, nice little breakout here that closes near the high. Whereas, are there any moving averages in the way that could stop it? No, 1848 is a 200-day, so it's well above that. It's a position, a lifetime high. It's actually a pretty strong stock. So you might say to yourself, you know what? I'm going to swing this one. That's up to you. It's showing up here, but it would have been an interesting day trade too. 41 to 26.35. That's a great move intraday. So sometimes what can happen is a day trade, something that you got into as a day trade, could turn into a swing trade because it closes well and you look left and there's not a lot of resistance. So you can make up your mind and say, you know what, I'm holding this. Even though I went into it thinking it was just going to be an intraday trade, but I'm going to hold it. And is the start of market time better? Well, I virtually always wait at least 15 minutes before I take a trade. I know I sort of made a bit of a deviation on the LYT trade, but that was special circumstance. It got halted and all. And so, but I usually wait at least 15 minutes before I take a trade because I just find things are too whippy in the first 15. And it's not that after 15 everything settles down and is more orderly, but in the first 15 minutes you'll see candles moving up and down, up and down, up and down. So if I were new to trading, I'd probably wait 30 minutes before I took a trade. You'll miss the ones absolutely that keep running and running and running right from the beginning. But I'm telling you, so many just pop up and down. Okay, there's no way to do it, Todd. But this is what I did. I don't think. Do I have that? Let me just see. Where's the 200-day on this? Okay. Now I'm not saying this is super thick, and I discovered this just by accident. Okay, just by accident. And I'm talking about the green line. Let me get a big chart up. And let me get something that has a 200-day close by. Let me get it. A daily chart. That'll help. Oh, maybe I don't have the 200-day. Don't I have the 200-day on here? I don't have it. I can't believe I don't have it. Okay. Anyway, this is what I did. Okay. I have it on this chart. There's a 200-day moving average for PARR. I accidentally duplicated it. I accidentally duplicated it. So what I did was, and it got thicker. Okay. So this is what I mean by accidentally duplicating it. Oops. See, I've got it twice. Okay, I've got it twice. If I put it 3 times, it'll even probably get a little bit thicker. But there's no way to increase it, in a more professional way. Okay, but it does appear more visible. So that's what I would try. Try it at least 2 times, maybe 3 times, and see what happens. Because this to me is thicker, or maybe more bold. I don't know, but it certainly stands out. How do I change the stock race duration? So you go to okay, I'll duplicate this race here. Oops, shoot. No, duplicate the race, not show the race setup. Duplicate into a free floating window, so it showed up on my other window. Okay, so if I stop the race by clicking on the square, oh, okay, now you know how. Then you right click, show race setup, and there's your minutes to run. Oh yeah, it's all customizable. Well, a lot is customizable. The way I like to run the races, yeah, 4-minute races, up to you. 10 race lanes, so I'll see 10 stocks. Auto rerun, I think I can't imagine why anybody wouldn't want that. When a race starts, you want the next one to begin it immediately rather than have to manually start a race. I like to replace symbols. Some don't, but I like to replace symbols so that if a stock is moving, it's going to replace the one on top of it and keep doing that. I like that, but some people may not. And then auto start at time. I like to start my races when the market opens, 9:30. It's up to you. This is one massive move by the market since, well, massive move, 130. I mean, we're straight up for another hour after that big green candle. Yeah, the COSM is not dead yet. Still holding on to 5. VWAP is, 446, so that's about 50 cents away. So again, some would say, you know what, I'm not taking this trade. I'm going to wait for it to either get close to the VWAP or the 10 SMA. And if it doesn't, I'm not interested there. That's a trading style. Not my style, but that's okay. All sorts of different styles. I mean, with these low floaters, some of them just have a mind of their own, and sometimes with these low floaters, for me anyway, it's a little bit of intuition. I've seen this so many times, and I check this daily, and I see this high way up here. I know other traders in the world are looking at that and going, "Wow, what if?" Okay. 243. Wow, already 243. It's been a fast day for me. Sometimes Fridays can be kind of draggy, but nope. Lots of questions. I love the questions. Keeps my mind fresh. Oh, here's another one. Peloton. I mean, this had a tremendous run. And we can make fun of Peloton all we want, but you cannot dispute the fact that it went from 765 all the way up to 12 in a couple of weeks. That's a nice percentage move. Got into the 200-day moving average, and then 2 days ago it popped above it, and then everything basically you're probably hard pressed not to find a daily candle like this on most stocks. 2 days ago, big red candle. And then there was yesterday's high is what, 1094, so it's a little bit above that. Now, there's the 200-day. So if you were to take this trade right now, so I look at a 15-minute chart, and it looks like there might be some support around 1092 or so. So I would say, okay, 1092. I mean, I'm not saying I'm going to take this trade. I'm just saying this is my thought process. If I could check the boxes and everything was good, then I'm looking, okay, 1092. What's that? That is say from there, 13 cents. Okay. And so that means I have to have a reasonable expectation of making 26 cents. Let's just say it's still 1105. So that would be 1131. I look left, or I see that 200-day moving average at 1172. I'd say, okay, that's reasonable. That to me, that's far enough away. So that would be my thought process. No specific target for day trading. No, not for me. As I say, every trade is different. I mean, I don't deal in percentages, if that's what you mean, like 1%, 2%. It's all about where's my stop, and if I can at least look at a chart and think, okay, yeah, I have a reasonable chance of getting at least a 1 for 2, and I'll take the trade. So I mean, if you call that as target price, but it's not a target price. It's just the bare minimum that I want, that I have in order for me to take the trade. That's the bare minimum that I think I could make. I mean, obviously, if you get to that level where it's where you're making double your stop, and it's still working, well, you just keep letting it run. Does that make sense? Did that work, Todd? How did that? Did you do it 2 or 3 times? It worked, okay. There's no Roger. Everybody's different, okay. There is no best in anything. I'm not trying to be evasive, but there's really no best in anything. I used to think that morning was it and afternoons were dead. I have not found that at all. So for me, there's no best. Others will have a different idea, perhaps. I mean, there's no question in the first hour, you're going to get probably the biggest percentage moves for a number of stocks. But also in the first hour, things can be still very volatile. There will be people that say, I won't trade during lunchtime, Eastern time, between 12 and 1. I've never really found that. I think with trade ideas, we can always find things to trade. It doesn't matter what time of day. If you're talking about the large cap stocks, sure, probably, unless there's some really specific news that hits them, a lot of them just don't really do much. And maybe during lunchtime, maybe they do take a break, and maybe in the afternoon, it's they don't do much. But with trade ideas, we can always find things that are moving at all times during the day. I mean, look at me this is, I don't know if a good example, bad example. Look at this. All right, so this is GNS yesterday, okay? Now I knew people were talking about it. I did know that, of course, but I was doing other things. And by the time I saw GNS, it was probably doing this. First of all, I don't take stocks under a dollar, so I mean, I wouldn't have seen it until it hit a dollar. Argument to be made that had I been, really focused on it, I could have taken this at 108. Get this a bit bigger. Ah, come on. Okay, so right there, okay. But probably was doing something else. I was seeing people were posting about GNS. I'd seen people were posting about it the day before. This is what happened. Okay, it pulled up, got all the way up to what, 217. I'm sorry, what time is this? Yeah, 217. And then I watched it, and I didn't take this trade until right about there, which is around just as I was shutting down the room. I think it was just after I shut down the room. This is the 315 to 330 candle. I think I shut the room down around 320. But I was saying, if it could hold this level, I might be interested in taking that trade. So I took that very late. And then it got halted on that candle right there. I think it was halted at 194. And then it popped up to what, 225. This is a 345 to 4 minute 4 o'clock candle. And I exited most at 210. I was actually planning to get back into this trade in the after hours if I saw a big move. And what happened is I waited 30 minutes and it didn't really do anything. And then I just lost interest. And of course, later on, it had the big move and then the big move this morning. But all I'm saying is that I don't look at time of day. I really don't. I mean, the only time I look at time of day is not to trade in the first 15 minutes. Okay, guys, so this is what I typically do right around now. I put myself on mute, and but I'm still here, and absolutely ask any questions you may have. I'll hop right back on the mic, and the room will be open till about 3:20. Okay, so just muting myself now. Roger, so again, you really can't. I mean, what do you mean by a rally is real? Okay, I mean especially a low flow can go south at any time. Okay, as I said, low supply, high demand, great. Stock will go up. But once the demand dries up, in other words, once people say, I don't want this anymore, and those holding it are going, wait a minute, where's all the buying? All of a sudden, you can get like tremendous selling. That can happen at any time. And that can happen with any sort of a low float stock, typically. Not so much usually in like a larger cap stock, not as dramatic. But how can we possibly define is a rally real? Okay, you just have to go on the charts and the buying keeps in and the stock keeps moving higher, and but what is it? I don't even know what that means. Is if a rally is real? It's real for a while until it isn't. William can say that. I mean, that's valid. I mean, if there's absolutely no news about a stock, but look at JNS, there was really no news about it other than, complaining about naked shorts and all that. So I suppose that could be the news. But so many times we see stocks moving and we don't see any news at all. Okay, but they keep moving. And it could be a meme stock, one of these Reddit groups have got a hold of a stock and just decide that we're just going to move it. Mr. Poe, you've done it again. You've done it again with your GNS buy. Good for you. Actually, William, that is a great. That was a far better answer than I. I mean, you're right. I mean, if you don't see any news at all and you see a stock, well, what's up. But even if you see news, I mean, it depends on the news. Some of these little bios will put out news. Phase one study, and it's a low float situation, and the stock can go crazy. So yes, there was news, but I mean, did that news warrant a 200 or 300% increase? Probably not. Doesn't matter though what we think. I just turned my head for a second. I'm glad it's working. I'm glad you're finding that helpful, Paul. That's just me, of course. Some people think that's crazy that a whole number is just another number. But I guess over the course of time, I've just found that these can be very psychological to break. I turned my head for a second. I was looking to get into this Cosmo just around that 520 mark, and I turned my head for well, actually, I went and fed the cat. So just turned my head and dropped some food into her dish, and man, it just exploded. So now it's halted. Now it's halted. COSM is halted. Now let's just see where it could open. You see this now. There's the next high looking left. I think it's 614. Let's get a bigger look at it. 614, I believe. 608. 698. So I mean, if this it's hard to know where this is going to open. I refuse to believe it's going to be at 574. Time is it? 2:59 plus 11 seconds, so that'd be 3:04 plus 11 seconds. So still have a time to go until it opens. Back on mute. So guys, watching this COSM really closely, the high 614, 614, 608, 590, 568. So 614, that's your next high looking left. And then after that, it's almost 7. But it is falling back a bit now. So it got halted at what time? At 574, resumed at 585, tried to get through 6 in a big way, got up to 613. Look at the high, 614. That's why I'm always aware of that next high looking left. Does it happen all the time? Of course not. But, it happens enough for me to know that that could stall a stock for a while anyway. But if it could break right through, like it did briefly, this has got it's got the look. Well, let me deal with COSM first, okay? Shabs? Yes. Extra topping on the pizza. All right, I'm out some in the 30 level, guys. The next high is 698. What did I say? 698. So it's got a, could, but I'm not going to, don't want to risk it just being pulled on me here. Any thoughts on Tilray? Well, let me take a look at Tilray. I haven't thought about anything in the cannabis market for a long time. I mean, now, are you asking that question because you're in it, or you're wanting to get in it? I mean, right now I wouldn't get in. I mean, it's just nothing's happening. Just nothing is happening. Had earnings on the 9th, came and went with no big deal. So, unless they make some massive changes in the United States regarding legislation on cannabis, I don't think what's going to make this one move. Like, what do you think? I mean, what I look at this, I don't there's nothing happening. Look at MJ. Okay, MSOS. Look at the look at the cannabis ETF. I mean, it's just nothing. So unless Tilray came out with some very specific news on its own, which is unlikely now. I mean, it's already had earnings. Like, what's to get excited about this industry? But what are your thoughts? I mean, that's obviously just my opinion, but yeah, but your country is very different from my country, okay? your state's rights are very strong, and so there's no way you can have federal. Oh, I shouldn't say that. Maybe William can tell me because I just don't see how your federal government just cannot proclaim it legal in every state just like that with a magic wand. Our country did it completely differently. No provinces were really against it, so they said, you know what, it's legal all across the country, and that's it. But your country is a little bit different. Okay, but how likely would that happen, right? I see what you're saying. They can supersede state laws, but how likely would that be to happen regarding cannabis? I would say about a you know, 0.00001% chance. There'd be no reason for them to antagonize states that don't want it, in my opinion. Look at the market, guys. Ha! The private person lobby is pretty strong. That's harsh, but I know where you're coming from. Is the float that big for Tilray? 600 million, yeah. Yeah, so I mean, it's almost at a lifetime low. All right, guys. Well, I'm getting set to wrap this up as I watch this SPY. Hey, maybe we do 400 today. Only 5 away. Take a look at the SPY, the big daily chart. I was saying, could we have a day? Oh, it's even getting close to the 200 day, 396. But how do I know what dark pool volume is? I look at the SPY, okay. I see the SPY is increasing in volume here. I see on the daily it is increased, but how? Like I don't understand. How do I discern that this is dark pool volume? Okay. Ooh, on a 1 minute, back to 1054 on a 1 minute. I don't know if I can do that easily. such that it's going to okay, 10:54, 10. Oh, here, I see. Ah, that little, okay, interesting. So what are you saying with this huge volume spike here and the fact that the SPY, what did it do? Didn't really do much. So you're saying that that pointed to the fact that we were going to have a rally like this? Is that, seriously, is that what you're saying? If it's like that, I'll just have a 1 minute chart somewhere all the time and see if we get any, and that could be on any, that could be on any security, not just a SPY, of course. And my guess is the Qs will look the same, right? We don't call it the Qs. So, oh yeah, there we are. So we had a couple, but at the same time, yeah. But seriously, how do you interpret that? Fine. Let's say I had a 1 minute chart up on the SPY or the Qs, and I saw this. Okay. Do I interpret that saying, there's a bunch of stuff happening I don't know, and it's going to go higher? I mean, in this case, it did, but would it ever go lower? Of course, it would, right? I mean, are you writing a War and Peace explanation? I admit it's pretty interesting to see this, but again, I don't know. I don't absolutely know what it means. So this corresponds to that 15-minute candle right there. Huge, huge volume increase at 10:45 on that 15-minute. Okay, so half the volume, so there was 15 million shares on that 15-minute candle, but half of it was on that 1 minute. I mean, it's interesting to look at, interesting news, I guess, but how do you use it to trade? I did see LBTYK earlier, or one of the Liberties. I think it was that one. Oh, you know what was happening? Captain, I'm sorry. What was happening? This wasn't scrolling down. Okay, that wasn't scrolling down. So I was missing all your. Sorry about that. I was. I don't know why it wasn't scrolling down for me. Oh, I see. Okay, well, that's interesting. Yeah, I mean, that's almost like a block print. I know I asked this question before, almost like a block trade, where you see this huge volume and no move. But a lot of time that is just, maybe some company or somebody doesn't want to destroy, like wants to get out. Some big fund maybe wants to get out of a company, but doesn't want to destroy the stock price. So, calls the company, hey, listen, we gotta make a move here, and so they can kind of get somebody else, I suppose, to take the block without actually affecting the price so much. But on the SPY and the Qs, I mean, that doesn't seem like that would happen. Okay, guys, I'm fried. That's it. I am. And next week, 5 days. I think we should have 4-day weeks all the time, right, William? All right, guys. Appreciate all the help as usual, not just today, but all week. No, sir. Okay, guys, so I'm going to shut the room down now. Again, thanks for all the help. I will open the room Tuesday morning at 8 o'clock. Oh, I mean, Monday morning at 8 o'clock. Have a great weekend, everybody, and we'll see you then. Bye-bye. And YouTubers, I'll be shutting you down right now.